published program. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false and misleading evidence to a Senate committee. A witness called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. It is important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers of the departments are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. I remind people in the hearing room to ensure that their mobile phones are either turned off or switched to silent. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all witnesses appearing today for their cooperation in this inquiry. I now welcome representatives of NBN Co. For the Hansard record, could you please give your name and the capacity which you appear today?
Kieran Cooney, Chief Marketing Officer, NBN Co.
Kevin Brown, Head of Corporate and Commercial.
Greg Adcock, Chief Operating Officer.
Gary McLaren, Chief Technology Officer.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions?
I do, Chairman. I have a short statement. Firstly, Dr. Switkowski has asked me to pass on his apologies for not being able to attend this hearing due to a prior commitment, as was indicated to the committee in correspondence. The committee ordered that 6 NBN Co officers should attend today's hearing. Unfortunately, due to the strategic review being due tomorrow and the enormous amount of work occurring ahead of that, it was simply not feasible for JB Rousselot and Robin Payne to fly to Canberra this morning. Mr Rousselot has reiterated that he will be available to attend the committee meeting that has been scheduled for Tuesday next week. We informed the committee of this last night. Today I am joined by my colleagues, Greg Adcock, Kieran Cooney and Gary McLaren. As Dr Witkowski pointed out in his letter to the committee of the 9th of December, and I quote, "While the review is still being finalised, we are somewhat limited as to what we're able to discuss, but we remain committed to being available to the Parliament to report on progress." While a working document was provided to the ministers on the 2nd of December, the strategic review is yet to be signed off by the NBN Co board. Once approved, I understand the government will release a version of it publicly. The document necessarily contains commercially sensitive information which, if released, would undermine the company's position in upcoming negotiations, and so a limited amount of information will be redacted. I know this committee and previous committees respect and understand the need for NBN Co to keep some sensitive information confidential. I further understand that representatives of the committee have been invited to appear before this committee next week, and that some consultants have also been invited, and I expect we will be able to answer questions in more detail at that time. A series of reports in recent weeks have speculated on a document supplied to the previous NBN Co board relating to some issues arising from the Coalition's broadband policy. We have not seen a version of this document. Indeed, I'm unsure if it has been released in full. We can't therefore comment on the specifics of that document. However, what I can say is that a high-level document was prepared at the request of the former Department of Broadband Communications and Digital Economy. This document was based on the company's interpretation of the publicly available information on the Coalition policy. It was not designed to critique the policy, it was not a business plan, nor was it a thorough financial analysis of those policies. It merely highlighted issues that would need to be considered in any implementation involving a variety of technologies. If you like, this document is the equivalent of an initial scoping study often used in companies to draw out key issues before a more thorough examination. I can reassure the committee that the strategic review has had access to this document. Indeed, it has direct access to many of the personnel who have knowledge of the issues in it, and was able to consider all these matters raised in that document in an objective, thorough and professional manner. We now welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that opening statement. Could I just seek clarification on a couple of points that you made there? You mentioned the Coalition's policy document.
Yes.
Could you just reread the section that you had there? I didn't quite follow.
Excuse me, Chair, I'm just wondering whether or not you might table the opening statement so that we can work from it. If you might table the opening statement so we can and circulate it to the committee so we can work from it.
Would you like me to table it or?
Yeah, no, happy to everyone to have a look at it. I just wanted to, I didn't quite follow the point you made about the Coalition's document.
This document was based on the company's interpretation of the publicly available information on the Coalition policy.
So you had a copy of the Coalition document. I just couldn't quite work out whether or not you said you did or you didn't.
What it was an interpretation of publicly available information the Coalition had already released in their publicly distributed document of earlier this year.
Okay, thanks. I've got a copy now. I'll peruse it as we're asking questions. And I noted that Mr Clark was here, for the Secretary of the Department. I was just wondering, just to help clarify this particular issue, if Mr Clark could come to the table to explain, as he wasn't here the last time we were discussing this, how this document came to be sought. So I just wanted to clarify with the Secretary of the Department what the information was that he was seeking.
Good morning, Senator. Drew Clark, Secretary, Department of Communications. I believe my Deputy Secretary did give evidence on this matter at the previous hearing, and
no, he seemed to be unfamiliar with the information, so I'm asking about the process by which it was created, not the document itself.
The process was that when the government entered caretaker, the department requested information from the company in order to assist the department to prepare its incoming government briefs within the caretaker conventions.
Okay. And the information that appeared to be in the newspapers was consistent with that information that NBN Co supplied?
I'm not going to comment on the information that was the content of that advice or its consistency with what has been published. I'm happy to confirm.
Are you denying the information's true?
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm simply observing the protocol and I'm respecting the confidentiality of the advice that was given. I'm happy to talk about the process, as I've just outlined, but the content I regard as confidential.
If we do, as Mr Clark indicated, we did have a discussion about it last time, but I'm happy to tease it out. But I do have a follow-up question. I'm happy to, to come back to tease it out.
I'd just like to know what the process is, like when you're going into caretaker mode, what the actual process is in terms of the information that gets sent through to that process, how it's dealt with and what ends up going on to if there is a change of government. I'd just be interested as a new senator to know how that actually occurs.
With your permission, Chair?
Yep.
Once the official caretaker period commences, the department starts preparing what is colloquially known as the Red Book and the Blue Book, the two incoming government briefs for the alternative election outcomes. Given that we had in front of us at that time an extensive policy statement by the then opposition, we requested advice from the company on issues that would need to be considered should the company find itself in a position of having to implement that policy. So we wrote, we asked questions, we received documents, and the department incorporated the advice that it received, looked at it, made judgments, incorporated that advice in our preparation of the incoming government brief, the Blue Book in this case.
Chair, I have some questions just in regards to this particular point, if I may. Who is, so you write to NBN Co?
Yeah, an official in the department wrote to NBN Co.
And you write to the CEO of NBN Co?
Senator, I'm not I can't recall the level of the correspondence. It may have been below the CEO, but it was quite open within the process. I didn't sign the letter, and I'm not sure whether it was addressed to... Kieran, can you help?
It was addressed to Jim Carton, who's our Head of Government Relations.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, okay. So you write to NBN Co, not the CEO, you write to someone in NBN Co seeking information?
A person within the department wrote to his counterpart and sought information, correct.
Right, okay. And that information then comes back to that contact in the department?
Yes.
And then where does it go after that? How does it get reviewed, dissected?
Well, the people in the department that were preparing the incoming government briefs process that information and incorporate it into their drafting of advice in the IGB. And
so I'm just curious to understand, does it come in at this level and then has to go all the way to this level, or does it come in at this level and only has that far to travel? So I'm keen to know what are the what is the process of review, evaluation, iteration when the information comes in to the department and then it gets signed off into the Blue Book or the Red Book?
Pretty short reporting lines in our small department, Senator. So all of the senior people working on the incoming government brief, or this section of the incoming government brief, because of course it's wider than the NBN matters.
But you prepare the document, it goes...
Yes, and ultimately...
You hand it to the new minister.
And the brief, as Secretary, I'm responsible for the brief personally, and I sign off on the final advice and content.
Chair, if I may, what is the NBN process? So the letter comes from the department, comes to someone in your organisation, not the CEO. So how does it work in your organisation, preparing the material? Step me through the process in NBN Co before it gets sent back to the department.
Sure. Kieran Cooney, NBN Co. We receive the request, we acknowledge its contents, and we look at what the particular questions are that are being sought. We isolate who are the subject matter experts from across the organisation that can best put their minds to those questions. Then there was a series of combination of either workshops that occurred with the department to further tease out issues, or documents were written as best to answer the questions that were raised. And to the point that the Secretary made is that they were from the point of view of what are the considerations that should be thought through when looking at different technology options. So they were looked from the point of view of what would you need to do, what were the choices you'd have, and what were the options in those choices.
So workshop, people sit around, they sort of put their points of view together, obviously goes into a document.
That's right.
And then where does that document go? Obviously it doesn't go from the workshop straight back to the government relations person that got the letter back to the department. What's the quality control that you apply before the document goes back to the department?
There is a series of reviews with the subject matter experts, and then also from an overall assurance of continuity across those documents. They were finally signed off by the executive and the chief executive of NBN Co before being then released to the government. They were also presented to the department. They were also presented to the NBN Co board.
So the document that gets prepared at the workshop level is the same document that the CEO signs off and provides to the department?
the document that the CEO signs off is the same document that then finally gets released to the department.
All right, that's not my question. My question was the workshop document that gets prepared, is that the document that the CEO signs off on, or is it, or could it be substantially different?
If there was further work, so for example, we might workshop actually understanding what the questions that were being asked. So it's not so much to answer the question, more to understand the question. So then the work itself might have followed workshops or so forth. So that the workshop document, there wasn't really a workshop document in and of itself. It would just be the final document from NBN Co that was signed off by the CEO as the one that would be released to the government.
And so before it gets to the CEO, who signs off the document, or who takes the document to the CEO? How does that work? I'm curious to know how it works at that level. Mr Adcock or Mr Brown, can you add any information?
I can probably continue to answer that from... I would have presented the various options, the various papers to the Chief Executive.
So they're different papers on one option? Are there different papers on one issue, or they're just different papers?
Just different papers.
Just different papers. And so you're responsible for effectively collating them within inside NBN Co and providing them to the CEO?
That's correct.
That's right. And then the CEO reviews them and then sends them to the department?
He reviews them. Once they're signed off, we would then pass them on to the department.
Right.
So do they come back down to, sorry.
No, please, Sarah.
So do they come back down to you, so after the CEO, so I suppose the question that I think Senator Smith was trying to, I mean, is there likely to be substantive change in the documentation that you provide to the Chief Executive? And
did Mr Quigley change the laws of physics at any stage?
I don't think it's the laws of physics. Did Mr Quigley change anything? Yeah.
No, if you want to suggest that Mr Quigley...
No, I'm just asking if that...
That is exactly what you are attempting to do.
I don't think we need the sensitivity.
That is exactly what you are attempting to do.
But somehow we're not allowed to talk about the NBN process. That's not...
I'm more than happy for the
fair, Chair.
NBN process to come out. I'm not going to let you cast imputations, though,
Well, I think
for people who aren't here to
should
defend
we allow the
themselves.
officials to actually answer the question in terms of that process?
Maybe a correct representation of it is that it's made it sound like there was a clear delineation. I may have misrepresented that as that Mr Quigley was often involved in the example that you're talking about in the authoring of documents as they occurred. They weren't separated from. There wasn't just a clear delineation. They were worked and then they were passed on to the then CEO. They were often worked. He was part of that process as a subject matter expert.
Part of the initial workshop that you...
Well, the workshops were often around actually understanding the questions rather than solving the questions. So as part of the actually answering the position, there were ones that as a subject matter expert in particular fields, Mr Quigley would have been involved in.
So just to be clear, how different is the documents that get worked in NBN? How different are they to the documents that get presented to the CEO? Or they're largely consistent? There's not a heavy reviewing process, or
They were largely consistent.
right?
If I could come back to you, Mr Clark. One of the core functions of the public service I've always found is that one of its roles is if a minister unknowingly misleads the public, one of the functions of a department secretary is to inform the minister that that's the case. Is that a fair interpretation of the way the system works?
Chair, if I may, before answering your question, could I clarify I attended to observe NBN Co's evidence and was fully expecting, of course, and will be here at the scheduled time at 3:15. Are we... What's your intent in the schedule?
No, I was just... as you can see, there's a number of members of the committee weren't here last week and were keen to explore the way that it's prepared for both the department and NBN Co. So I just thought it was easier for the committee members if you sought the information, they supplied the information, if that process was done at the same time. I'm now just asking you while you're at the table, is that a reasonable understanding that if a minister unknowingly misleads the public that it's drawn to his attention?
Yes, Senator.
So if the minister stated that this was a 6-month-old document, not prepared for the caretaker provision. Did you draw to the Minister's attention that this in actual fact was material that was prepared for the caretaker period?
I'm not sure. You're now asking me about advice that I've given
No, I'm asking
to my
whether
current
you.
minister.
I'm asking whether you, upon seeing the minister's statement, provided any advice, not what the advice was, provided any advice to the minister, drawing to his attention that his statement was incorrect.
I have not given any advice to my current minister that he has given an incorrect statement.
So, did you not see his statements on the Channel 9 Today show on the Friday morning, saying that this was a 6-month-old document? Was that not drawn to your attention by the many officers in your department, albeit a small department?
Look, Senator, I'm not aware of my minister having given any misleading advice.
So when he said that the document being referred to was a 6-month-old document, you thought that was a correct and true statement?
I have nothing further to add to my advice, Senator.
Okay. I haven't any more questions for Mr Clark. I was just going to let him go back. I said it was more for the process, and I could see that you were also interested in understanding the process. But
can I just ask something on the document that you're just referring to? What document are you?
That was a document that was in the newspapers a couple of Fridays ago. I'm just asking you.
So it's not the. You're referring to a newspaper story, not the actual document. I'm just wondering what the document is that we're referring to.
I'm just going on media reports.
Okay.
But I've seen media reports highlighting that it was a document that was prepared by NBN during the caretaker period, not 6 months beforehand. So I was just wondering whether Mr Clark had drawn the Minister's attention to that fact.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what the document is that you're referring to.
It was a document that was in the newspaper. We can see if the clerk can find you.
If it was an accurate document or just a document that was in the newspaper.
I don't think anyone's trying to pretend it wasn't an accurate document, but we'll be going through what it said quite at length, so you'll be able to rest assured whether you think it was an accurate or true document.
The newspaper article or the document?
What was in the newspaper article. And then you'll be able to judge for yourself whether
sorry, I just wondered what the document was so that we could determine whether what the newspaper article said was correct on the basis of what the document is.
Well, look, that's probably something we consider and have a discussion about, but our job is to ask questions of the officers rather than have a discussion among ourselves.
Yes.
Does anyone have any further questions about the process for Mr Clark? Otherwise we can let him retreat back to the back row. Thank you, Mr Clark.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
I've got some process questions.
No, you can
NBN
wait in the queue. I haven't yielded the floor to anyone yet. I happily yielded to allow some questions as follow-ups, but I wanted to follow up on the opening statement that we received and the letters that were referred to on both the 9th and the most recent one on the 10th. So I wanted to understand the process followed by the company when it receives a summons, is that our official word? A summons for officers to attend the committee. I wanted to understand who makes the decision about who attends and who doesn't attend, and whether it's the individuals or the chief executive or the board. What's the process by which this is determined? So I was wondering if someone, Mr Adcock, you're the most senior officer at the table, I was wondering if you could take us through that.
I think that's more correctly answered by Mr Cooney, who manages that process, but the decision...
Well, I'm sure Mr Cooney didn't make the decision. No offence to Mr Cooney, but I'm sure Mr Cooney didn't decide whether the Chief Financial Officer or the Head of Strategy and Transformation could come.
None taken, but perhaps I could walk through the process that we take. So the letter is received to our Head of Government Relations, generally who it's been addressed to. If there are individuals that are requested, we look to their availability to see if they are available and what we can do to be able to make them available. If there is a conflict whereby they are either not in the country or there's a long-standing commitment or there's something whereby it feels we have to balance between their availability and a major disruption, then we look at that as an option, and that can often take a piece of time. And if it comes to the point where it is a call has to be made, then we'll sit down with the combination of that individual and the CEO to be able to make that decision.
So who makes the decision? Is the officer individually makes the decision, or does the CEO make the decision?
In the end, it's a combination of the two, as the officer will make themselves available if they believe it, and if they need assistance in terms of the priorities from the CEO, then they will look to the CEO for.
So it was the CEO that decided that Mr. Rousselot and Mr. Payne were unavailable today.
What was reviewed was that their priorities at the moment were pressing in their ability to be able to be removed. There was a balance there, and the call was made between the CEO and the officers.
So the CEO made the decision?
And the officers with their time.
So everyone just generally asked, what do you reckon, shall we go?
No, but it's between an individual and their boss, being the CEO at that stage, and it's a question of priorities and balance.
Okay. Now, my understanding is, from the public discussion, I think Mr. Turnbull, the Minister, has made these points, that the draft report was submitted to government after a board meeting, is it 2 weeks ago? Last week or 2 weeks? I genuinely, time flies nowadays. Was it 2 weeks ago?
December.
Sorry?
The 2nd of December.
2nd, so it was a week, just over a week ago. So a draft was prepared, and I can imagine that was quite an extensive board meeting. Did anyone attend?
Most of the executive team were at the board meeting prior to...
No, I'd expect that. As I say, it's one of the reasons we originally switched the date, because we expected that could be the case. So the draft document's gone to the Minister's office last week, and it's being finalised by the board tomorrow, presumably with whatever changes, suggestions are made by the Minister's office. Is that the process?
The process is that, as is normal with these sort of complex documents, is a copy is provided to the shareholder ministers. Consultations occur and discussions occur in terms of clarification, but the document is a document approved by the NBN Co board and owned by the NBN Co board.
Okay. So last week a draft document was approved by the board to go to the Minister's office, and I'm assuming that was a pretty substantive, almost final draft?
Yes, it was quite a substantive document.
So I can well understand that the entire executive team was involved in discussions with the board around that document. What I'm confused about is tomorrow, the same level of officer attendance and preparation appear. Were there major changes suggested by the Minister's office?
No, there was feedback on a quite substantive document, and so there's a lot of issues that you've got to clarify in terms of calculations, logics, etc. But there has been a subsequent board meeting of NBN this week to further go over the document.
So there's been one earlier in this week?
Yes, and as a consequence of that, there's some additional work, as happens with these documents, in terms of ensuring...
No, I appreciate that they're a relative working document. I'm
Yep.
just seeking to find out whether there were major changes or major clarifications, just to keep it neutral, being sought by the Minister's office. I'm just surprised that the entire executive team needs to work on a document that there weren't major changes or clarifications to. So I'm just confused about the need for every single person to continue to be involved in a board meeting tomorrow, when I would have thought that all the major prep work was done last week.
As a consequence of yesterday's board meeting, there is some additional work required on the documents, and that is indeed the task that Mr. Rousselot and Mr. Payne are involved in today.
Okay, now, Mr. Rousselot is the Head of Strategy and Transformation, so what is his role? Now, again, I'm not sure who the correct person to answer that question is. Mr. Brown, I know you've had some involvement in these things in the past. I don't know if it's still part of your responsibilities.
So his accountabilities are for the quality function, He's also responsible for leading the strategic review as part of his strategy role, and that will then evolve into the transformation task for NBN if that strategy is adopted.
Okay, so, if I can put it colloquially, he's heading up the review, the preparation of the review and the doing the review.
Yes, under him there's a project director, but effectively he's the executive accountable.
Could you take me through the
review.
structure of that team?
Yes.
No, could you take me through it?
The structure of his team?
Well, the team that's working on the review.
So the team that's working on the review is made up of 3 different groups. There's BCG, and I think this is in the public domain, who have been working on the technology options under the new policy proposed by the Coalition that is targeting an acceleration of broadband access to Australians and not prescribing the technology platform, but rather saying what are the alternatives available to a company like NBN, and BCG is completing that work. There's also been a re-baseline of time and costs, which is being conducted by Quartermentha. And the third group that is involved in pulling this review together is a project office run by Deloitte. And they provide the arms and legs to ensure that all of the data that's available to NBN as part of this review is effectively cross-footed and quality assured. There are the 3 groups of outside people, and internally there's been approximately 25 people on a dedicated basis involved in the review, and that is led by Tim Ebick. Tim Ebick, who's the Chief Commercial Officer at NBN, has been project leading that input.
Did I hear a rumour he's leaving the company?
Sorry?
Did I hear a rumour recently he's leaving the company?
Yes, he's going to be going off to head up Oracle as their Managing Director for Australia and New Zealand, which is a significant promotion for Tim.
Absolutely. Now, under Mr Ebick, who were the main people under Mr Ebick?
As I said, there were 25 people. There were different stream leads. I wasn't going to go into name and nominate specific staffing matters within that, but rest assured there were 25 people from a variety
I'm asking you to name...
Sorry?
I'm asking you to name some individuals.
Well, a number of the key players, which are representatives from the strategy group, led by Bobby Tan. There was representatives from the operational area, and that stream was coordinated by Betsy Harrington, who runs our supply function.
So is that Bessie, did you say?
Betsy Harrington.
Betsy?
Harrington. And there is quite a number of technology people involved as well.
And technology. So Mr McLaren, he's your CTO.
So some of my staff were definitely involved, particularly 2 individuals, Caroline Fidian and Andrew Baxter, led the engagement from my team.
But were you involved, Mr McLaren?
Absolutely, in certain
I would
parts
expect
of
you
it.
to be.
Absolutely, yes. Yep.
Okay. So they were the major sections that
Yes,
were
there
working
were 25 people, and I'd also note there were about 280 workshops, which involved different groups from within NBN. So it was a very extensive process of consultation.
Okay. Mr Adcock, when did you start? I know it's relatively recently, I'm just not sure of the date.
About 4 weeks ago.
4 weeks?
Yeah, the 7th, 8th November.
So you wouldn't have had much of a chance to be involved in all of the preparation that Mr Brown has just described?
No, not at all.
Okay. Mr Cooney, were you involved?
Yes, both some of my team were involved and I was involved.
Okay. And so they were all the senior people, Mr Tand. So if I wanted to talk to them in the future and request their attendance, Mr Tand, Ms Harrington, and I think...
Fidian, Mr Baxter.
Mr Baxter and Mr Finian.
Ms Fidian.
Oh, Ms Finian, my apologies.
Mm-hmm.
And that was headed up by Mr Rousselot. And Mr Rousselot is head of strategy and transformation, so he was heading up the review.
Correct.
Okay. Happy to defer.
Well, Chair, could I follow just up on this
Yep.
line of questioning and just Mr Brown, in relation to, obviously there's been some questioning on, why certain officers couldn't be here for this particular hearing. I understand that the NBN Co has made itself available on a number of other days. Are you able to explain or give some context to the committee as to how extensive or what days you've said you'll be available? Understand NBN Co said you'd be available Friday, is that correct?
At one stage that was an offer, and of course our CEO, Dr Switkowski, also attended here last week to answer questions. Okay, so you've offered to make your officers and Dr Switkowski available on Friday, also made yourself available next week, and that hearing I think will occur, is that correct? Yes, and we've committed to attend on Tuesday, I think, as requested.
And who's coming on Tuesday?
I don't believe we've confirmed that. We need to go through the process. I was just going through before, Senator, in terms of just confirming who's available. But at this stage, the expectation is that it will be the majority of the people requested.
So all four of you, plus Mr Rousselot, plus Mr Payne, plus Mr Switkowski.
Mr Payne is not in the country, unfortunately. So Mr Payne...
Is he in the country at the moment?
He leaves tomorrow. He leaves for the...
Is he on leave?
Yes, he's on leave. So we just need to do those steps, confirming...
So when will Mr Payne be available to the committee?
I believe...
He is the Chief Financial Officer of the company, last time I checked.
I understand. He returns from leave a few weeks after that.
He would seem to be an important person for the committee to have a conversation with, given you're releasing the strategic review tomorrow. I mean, if he's on leave, he's on leave, so I'm just seeking to clarify when he'd be available to the committee.
Once he's returned from leave, I expect that he'll be made available at that point.
We'll advise the committee what date he returns from leave.
Okay, and when he would be available to appear before the committee. I mean, I'm not anticipating it's going to be before February, so don't panic. Christmas Day and New Year's Day, he's probably safe. So. I was just intrigued that when you listed 25 people, all the senior people who were involved in the review, Mr Payne's name wasn't mentioned.
Sorry, Senator, could you repeat the question? I've got a
No,
hearing
I understand.
problem
I understand. I asked you for a detailed list, all the senior officers involved. You said 25 people working under Mr Rousselot. All these people were working on the project, but you didn't mention Mr Payne.
Well, all of the executive committee have been involved in periodic reviews on the way through. This is a review that is being conducted by the organisation and is owned by the executive committee.
But the Chief Financial Officer wasn't one of the members of the team that you just, in detail, went through for us, Mr Brown.
So the team that was committed to the task were dedicated on a full-time basis, and then there have been regular and periodic reviews through that process with all of the EXCO committee.
I would hope so, but I'm just seeking to clarify. I'm surprised that you didn't mention any finance function whatsoever when you outlined the people and the heads of the section that were involved in Mr Rousselot's team.
There were a number of other stream leads, what we call stream leads. One of those streams was led by our head of corporate planning.
Who's that?
Bertrand Philippe, and he is now working for Mr Rousselot. And the process was, particularly the Quarter-Mentha review, was very intensive in terms of working with the finance team in its totality, working through the costs and time issues.
Now, you mentioned before that Quarter-Mentha are doing the re-baselining of time and costs. I won't go to that now. I'm happy to defer to just clarifying this information
I
for
think
further.
we should just be very, very conscious that we don't inadvertently want to put any of the NBN Co executive team into a difficult position. The strategic review is going before the board tomorrow, and next Tuesday we'll have an opportunity not to guess about the strategic review, but to work from the exact document.
Thanks for your opinion, but facts are facts. And if officers are aware of facts, we're entitled to ask and be answered on facts. We're not asking them for the final review, but if the committee wants to pursue factual information that is available to the officers, we're entitled to it. Whether we get the answers or they're readily available, another issue. But we can ask any question we want.
I'm just saying.
Do you have any questions?
We're very, very conscious that the strategic review will be coming out tomorrow, and we could have had the meeting tomorrow, and these questions could have been not just asked but answered. So,
well, it's good of you to decide when I should ask or answer my questions, but I'd appreciate, as always, your advice. Now, would you like to ask any questions?
Senator, I do have some, but I think Senator Rossiter has some first.
On this matter?
On NBN process.
What is the matter we're discussing?
Well, we've been discussing the process and I've been discussing the opening statement. So would you like to ask any questions about the opening statement? It's not a free-for-all. We're just working systematically through the opening statement, and then there's a string of issues that I have, probably Senator Lundy and Thorpe, and I'm now inquiring as to whether you'd like to ask any questions about the opening statement.
I do, yeah, absolutely. I just want to go back to the questioning I was asking before. So just what date did the letter come from the department to NBN Co requesting material to support it in its preparation of the Blue Book or the Red Book?
I might have to take on notice the exact date. It was shortly into the caretaker period.
Right, okay. Was any work done by NBN Co in advance?
Sorry to interrupt. I just have to go and give a quick 10 minutes in the chamber on
Should we
a statement.
adjourn?
No. Deputy Chair could take over.
Deputy Chair.
And I'll hopefully be back in a very short period of time.
So shortly after the election was announced.
Yes, into the caretaker period.
Was any work done on any documents for the Blue or Red books in advance of the election date that Mr. Rudd announced on Sunday the 4th of August?
No, not for that purpose. As part of, I think Mr. McLaren has previously mentioned at a committee similar to this that often, just as part of being in this industry, we keep an eye on developments, and so work is done to understand those. But there was nothing done for the level that we were talking about, which was an understanding of various technology choices.
Right. So despite the fact that the election for a long time was going to be held on the 14th of September, NBN Co didn't do any work in preparation of preparing any materials for a request that you knew you would have got from the department to prepare material for a Blue or Red book?
No, we began, the process that you're talking about, we began on the day after we received, and again, were individual people aware of different options and were looking into those just as part of working within the industry. That was probably true, but any preparation in response to the request from DBCDE came after that.
So with regards to the work in replying to that letter, was it a workshop? Was it many workshops?
Yeah, apologies if, by the way, when I mentioned the workshop, it made it sound like that was the central stream of work that was going on. That was often the point. The request made top-level requests. So often actually interpreting what that request meant was we would sit down with the departments and work through exactly what that meant. So there was a series of workshops on areas that...
It wasn't clear. So the correspondence that came from the department wasn't clear about...
It was just at a high. It was at a high level, so it wasn't at a specific level. So we would work to get more specific to understand the question better. Then we would develop a series of documents off a clearer understanding. Now that wasn't true for all work streams. There was just a series of ones that it was worth understanding a little bit more what those looked like.
Right. So there were various different work streams.
Yeah, there was a series of requests that came through for considerations from NBN Co.
Right. Did they all come at once, or did they come during the course of the caretaker convention from the department? The request.
The request came at once, but there was, as we shared information, there might be, look, we need to understand more about certain point X, or we need to understand more about Y, or we don't understand this point, so that there would be further clarifications made during...
So one document wasn't shared with the department, but there was an iterative process between NBN Co and the department during the caretaker period. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there was one final document shared. There was one final series of documents on the various questions that were being asked, but throughout the process there was discussions with the department.
So one final document on each of the questions that were being asked?
That's correct.
How many questions were asked?
I think there were in the final papers that were delivered, I think there was, I'll have to take it on notice to be precise, but I think there was about 25.
So 25 requests came from the department, 25 different requests came from the department.
One letter
Yep.
came from the department
Yep.
with a series of clarifications in there, that resulted in separate documents being delivered.
Right, so there were several documents delivered from NBN Co to the department to assist to prepare the Red Book, Blue Book.
That's correct.
Right, okay. Well, in the previous evidence, I was under the impression it was one document. So there were several documents. How many documents were there?
It was a tranche of documents, but my understanding, but again, I'll have to take on notice, I think there was about 25.
25 documents.
On 25 separate
So 25 documents formed the NBN Co advice to the department for the preparation of the Blue Book, Red Book.
There was in that order.
Right, okay. So when we look at the 25 documents, that sort of iterative process going backwards between NBN Co and the department, was the process the same in every instance? Department writes back to you through the original officer that received the letter?
No, we have an ongoing dialogue with the department.
Oh, no, I'm sure you do.
Every day.
I'm curious, Mr. Cooney, where that dialogue happens. Does it happen with the Secretary and the CEO? Does it happen with officers and other officers in NBN Co? I'm curious to understand where that dialogue or how that iterative process worked.
Generally, it happens between officers of the department, officers of NBN Co. But we have, as I mentioned, multiple relationships, as you'd imagine, from the department and the company. So it wasn't in a single controlled fashion. There was different dialogues going on.
Right.
As a majority, it was coming in through an officer of the, for example, a deputy secretary and a member of the government relations team. But it wasn't. That was not the only discussions, and that wouldn't be the only discussions now.
What would have been the highest level of the discussions in this iterative process between the department and NBN Co?
Highest level, sorry, what do you mean? In terms of organisationally?
Yeah.
There would have been discussions that would have included the chief executive and the secretary.
And how many of those discussions would have taken place, and how do those discussions take place? Are they written conversations? Are they email conversations? Are they telephone conversations?
Some may be phone conversations, some might have been meetings. Of that level, I would have to confirm, but there would have been only a small number, maybe one or two, but I'd have to confirm that.
But you can't be sure it's only one or two, you'll have to...
I'd have to confirm that.
Right. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. I might ask questions on a slightly different topic if I could. Just wanted to look at how the NBN Co, I guess, relates to the community and gets market feedback. I understand that the business model is to reach end customers through retail service providers such as Optus and Telstra, so NBN therefore has no direct contact with end users. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct there?
That's correct.
So when preparing business cases, planning for the future, how does the NBN get an understanding of the likely needs and behaviour of end users?
I'll hand to Mr. Cooney for that one.
And if I can also just further elaborate on the previous question, you're correct that we do not have a commercial relationship with end consumers. We are a retail provider. However, we do have contact with end consumers throughout the process in terms of ensuring people are aware that when construction is going on within their neighbourhoods, and under certain models we use determinations such as LIFID, which means that we're going onto people's properties and we need to communicate and ensure that they are aware of that. There's another piece of work that is being done that we are deeded to do called the Public Information on Migration, which means that to all practical extents, end consumers that would be disconnected are made aware of when the NBN is available, what are the steps they need to take, and what are the consequences that if they don't. As part of ensuring that those various pieces of communication are effective and efficient, we carry out different pieces of research which really look at the level of understanding around those metrics and a propensity to be able to make that migration.
Okay, so going back to that question then, does the NBN engage firms to undertake market research?
Yes.
What kind of market research do they undertake?
Quantitative and qualitative research quantitative and qualitative research.
Okay, and which firms carry out that research?
We have a panel of firms. Primarily we use a company called Open Mind, but I can get a full list of that panel on notice if you...
So you don't have that list here?
I don't have that list here, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, so so Open Mind is the main one you use?
Increasingly, yeah, Open Mind is a firm that we use increasingly that really looks to understand what that level of understanding is towards the migration.
Okay, and what's their particular expertise that they bring to market research for the NBN?
Just a well-recognised market researcher.
Okay, and how much is spent annually on market research?
To date, we have spent this year, we have spent around 550,000.
Sorry, how much?
550,000.
Okay. Has there been any instances, to your knowledge, where market research spending has been directed towards companies with any related party type relationship with NBN Co, i.e. links between people at the contractor and people at NBN Co?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I understand the question. What was...
Where the research has been directed towards companies who may have links with anyone at NBN Co?
I'm still not sure I'm sure I understand. Is that we would be researching individuals who have a connection back into NBN Co?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we do research, for example, on our retail service providers who are our customers, the retail, as I mentioned before, we're a wholesaler, the retailer, to ensure that as a provider of services to the retail market, that we are satisfying those needs. So I think that would be an example of where we're researching to ensure that, you know, we're operating in an appropriate way.
Yep. When you talked about a panel, but does all NBN Co market research, is all of it tendered out in accordance with procurement guidelines?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so that's notwithstanding the panel arrangements, or do you get a panel and then you stick with the panel?
That's part of that process, so that there's a procurement process to be on the panel.
So once you've got that panel, then you don't have a separate process to go through, except perhaps quotes and the like. Is that
part of the panel
the way
process,
it works? Yeah. Okay. Specifically in relation to market research, does the NBN Co conduct opinion polling, or have opinion polling conducted on NBN Co's behalf?
Not what I'd recognise as opinion polling. We do longitudinal studies of awareness as it relates to migration. That's not what I would call opinion polling, but they are longitudinal.
Excuse me, could you explain to me the term migration?
Oh, migration. So that in the previous, in a fibre to the premise model, as was operating under the previous policy and is still operating in part under the current policy, is that there is the situation whereby an end consumer would migrate from their copper network to a fibre network, and that was at a point in time, 18 months after disconnection, after we had switched on an area, their copper is actually switched off. So to all practical steps available to us, we try to ensure that those communities are made aware of that so that they can make that switch ahead of time, so that migration is smooth and so as few people as possible are left at the end of that without a service unless they'd chosen not to take a service.
You talked about how not what you would recognise as opinion polling, you haven't entered into contracts, but I understand there was a contract at some point with UMR, which is I think a Labor Party pollster. Is that correct?
We had used UMR.
So UMR,
You said had.
UMR didn't...
I have to confirm whether we still are. I haven't seen. We were using them from the looking at the point of view of understanding to a migration. We hadn't asked them anything from other than relating to, as I just mentioned, preparation.
So maybe you clarify then, if UMR is not doing opinion polling, what kind of work are they doing or were they doing for the NBN Co?
Sure. So what we look at in light of what I was just mentioning was people's readiness or propensity to be able to migrate to the NBN. So as part of that, we look at what are the early triggers, and including what's their level of awareness, what's their level of understanding, are there any confusions they have, and what's their propensity to actually make the migration. So that was being looked at in part by various researchers, but including UMR.
Okay, so what was the...
So various researchers include, so what other researchers?
Such as Open Mind.
Right. So, but UMR does not strike me as when I think of UMR, I don't think of longitudinal studies. I think of
That's what we were.
Political opinion polling.
The studies that they were doing were the same study that we had done longitudinally, that just said what were the changes within there, because that's what we were interested in, was the level of understanding increasing, was the level of awareness increasing.
So what was the size of the contracts with UMR?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Ballpark figure, Mr. Cooney?
Sorry, I'll have to take it on notice. Yeah, I don't have that on me.
And when was the most recent contract entered into with UMR? Has it been recent, or was it some years ago that the UMR contracts were undertaken?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Sorry,
Sorry, we're still on the opening statement?
We're talking about another area of we're talking about market research.
Did that come up in the opening statement?
Sorry?
Did that come up in the opening statement?
I'm not sure, but we've moved on to market research, so in your absence. So just following on then, you don't know how much, but you'll obviously take that on notice in terms of any contracts. Was there a concern expressed? I mean, obviously UMR is the Labor Party's main pollster. Was there a concern expressed at all about the perception of contracting a company like UMR, which does opinion polling for the Labor Party, to do what you say is longitudinal study, which, as Senator Smith has pointed out, is not necessarily what they're most well known for? Was there any concerns expressed within the organisation about the perception?
There wasn't a concern expressed to me. When I joined, they were already being used, and what still I would appear to be completely legitimate research for NBN Co to carry out.
So they are still undertaking research for NBN Co? Again,
I'll have to confirm that. Are they on the panel that I was talking about before?
Okay. So who ticks off on, say, the UMR contracts? Who would sign off and approve that contract being entered into?
The original contract?
Well, any of them.
So the original contract, I wasn't, so I can't answer that one.
Well, are UMR on the panel?
That's what I'll have to confirm whether they're still on the panel.
Okay. So they have been on the panel in the past?
Again, I'll have to confirm.
Okay. So who ticks off then on UMR, on the contract with UMR for market research or polling? So
the research selection is run by our head of research, and then they would go through a process to select the relevant research partners, and then I would finally sign off on their recommendation of the appropriate people. So there was no involvement from, say, the Minister's office in relation to that decision? There's never been involvement as far as when I've been there and from the Minister's office on that. Okay.
Who would have signed off on it, Mr. Cooney, before your arrival?
I can't. Sorry, I wouldn't be aware.
Maybe I could add, Senator, that UMR, from my recollection, was selected in 2010. Mm-hmm. That selection process, from recollection, will confirm it, was recommended by Mike Kaiser, mm-hmm. and it was approved by Mike Quigley. Mm-hmm. I was aware of that decision, and it was made following a review of 3 potential parties to provide the longitudinal work that Kieran Cooney has referred to.
So Mike Kaiser, the former ALP official, recommended UMR, the Labor Party pollster for the NBN Co, to conduct research.
Yes, and it was evaluated as part of a number of firms as potential parties to provide that advice.
How were the 3 parties chosen? Potential parties? How were the 3 potential parties chosen, of which UMR was one, and of which UMR became the successful one?
We'll have to take that on notice to check the facts. It was 2010, which is some time ago.
Would you agree, Mr Brown, though, that it's a pretty bad look for a former ALP official to be then recommending a Labor Party pollster to conduct market research for the NBN Co? Is that something that passes the sort of pub test?
I can only say that it was a decision that was made looking at a number of firms. I know personally that I suggested ANOP with Rod Cameron, whose business subsequently ceased doing work, and at the time the decision was made that they had the capability and the experience on their merits.
Okay, so so in terms of the work that UMR has done, what's it fed into? What's been the outcome? What's been the benefit to NBN Co of that work? You're able to give us a bit of an outline of what has been the outcomes of that research?
What that research and other research has shown is where have the blockers been in the understanding towards smooth migration. So, for example, research in terms of understanding what it means for me in a local area and what are the steps that I would need to take. There was confusion about who do I call? Do I call the NBN or do I call a retailer? So it's isolated what we'd call blocks in understanding that we needed to overcome.
Okay, so I know you're going to take a couple of those.
Could I just get an indication how long you think you'll be going on an issue that has been canvassed previously at Senate estimates on a number of occasions?
Sure. I've only got 3 or 4 questions there, so I don't know if my colleagues have a couple of questions. But
not specifically about that, but about the process of...
So I'm not long on this topic.
No, I'm just indicating that I passed the call on, but it wasn't passed on for the next 4 hours. So I'm just looking to know how much longer you think you'll be going before we take the call back.
I think I've got a couple of minutes, and I think my colleagues have some questions as well. So perhaps some of these questions may need, given your answers already, may need to be taken on notice. But the last date any contract was granted to UMR and any associated entity, I assume you'll take that on notice. The last date any payment was made to UMR or any associated entity?
Similarly, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. The total spend with UMR and any associated entities? And also, do you know of any other market research or work that NBN commissioned from entities that regularly do such work for the ALP? And if so, who are they?
I don't know of any. I can take that on notice and confirm, but as far as I know, I don't know of any of the other researchers do that.
Thank you.
Can I just back on the issue or the letting of contracts? Mr. Kearney particularly, do you understand the Westminster process in relation to enter into contractual arrangements during a caretaker period? I mean, is that something that
Yes.
you're aware of? Okay. So during the recent election, the caretaker period from the 5th of August, did you consider that NBN followed those caretaker provisions in relation to, letting of work with the committee or with the...
We put in a process during caretaker, as we understood, was standardised to if any contracts were to be signed, that they would be reviewed under those processes, and we'd look for advice if there was any concerns about those.
So, I mean, I suppose the question would be then, for a sort of a project or a tender to be, or a contract to be let during a caretaker period, I mean, how big would it need to be to, I suppose, invoke those provisions? Because, I mean, obviously you can't stop work during that period.
I think they were made on a series of criteria on the, and they were a judgment call in the end of would it disrupt process, balancing with would it lock in, was it in line with the caretaker conventions?
Yeah, so sort of if it wasn't business as usual type thing. So I suppose, can I ask anybody here, were Was anybody aware that a contract for $6.7 million was signed with the consulting firm Partners in Performance in August?
Yes, I was aware that the contract had been signed.
You're the head of procurement, Mr. Brown, is that right?
Sorry.
You're the head of procurement?
Yes, the head of... So procurement reports into me, so yes, I'm aware that procurement were involved in that decision. The Partners in Performance have been at NBN since May, and they've been doing 4 different pieces of work, and their initial piece of work was to do an assessment on how well we're partnering with the construction partners and how we can improve the performance of NBN with our construction partners.
So that's what $6.7 million was directed towards, or was there additional contracts awarded?
Sorry, my apologies.
Oh, sorry,
if you could just speak up a little bit.
Sorry. The work to which you've just referred, was that you said started back in May? Was that the work? Was there a separate contract let for the work that happened in May, in addition to this $6.7 million contract that we understand was let in August, or with the same work?
An initial contract for some performance improvement work, and then there was a competitive tender to look at our options in terms of future operating model for construction work, and PIP was successful in tendering for that work, and so their contract was expanded.
What's the total cost of the contracts that have been let to PIP?
Well, we'll take that on notice, but I understand that we've spent somewhere between $9 and $10 million.
Okay. And do you do any evaluation process in terms of what the value that you've got back from those contracts have been? Is there an evaluating component of that sits next to it to make sure that you're getting value for money? Because it's a pretty big contract.
So at the point of sourcing arrangements, procurement are involved, and then there's a business owner that takes over responsibility for the execution of any contract in NBN, and the business owner in that case was Ralph Steffens.
Okay. So who was responsible for the approval of the PIP contract? Who would have been the person who signed off on it?
So could we take that on notice? There is a standard process within NBN that this contract would have followed, similar to others, where a senior executive would approve, and generally it's one of the executive committee members, and sometimes 2 executive committee members.
Was it...
In what part of the company? In what part of the company, what sort of area of the company would a contract like this be signed off on?
Well, generally it's an executive committee member, and depends on the nature of the contract. In this case, my recollection, but we will confirm it, both the operational area under Ralph Steffens and the quality area under Mike Kaiser are involved in the selection. Of course, finance are usually involved in such decisions as well.
So right. Mr Kaiser is likely to be the person who approved this contract then, is that what you're saying?
He sounds like he might be on a list of 3 or 4 people that might have signed the contract. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not aware whether Mr Kaiser...
Should I add... sorry, let me just add for clarification. So procurement drives the process. The decision-making comes off the back of the size of the contract and the nature of the contract as to which executive committee members get involved, and there's a whole contract approval process that's standardised within NBN. The result of that is, depending on the size of the contract, it may either go to the board or executive committee members will actually approve it depending on their delegation.
So you're not aware whether this matter went to the board or not?
Sorry, I keep having to load balance my ears, but I'm not...
You weren't going to make much of a scuba diver, eh? Are you aware whether this particular contract, the $6.7 million one to which I referred to earlier, whether that was went to the board for signing off, or whether it was actually signed off at a lower level in the organisation?
It was signed off at the executive committee level because it was within the delegation. I'm not aware of what discussions may have gone on with the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Would you be aware whether Mr Kaiser has any relationship or connection from his former career with politics with anyone at PIP or PIP, as you refer to it?
Not that I'm aware of, but as part of our procurement process, we actually ask executives involved in the selection process to sign a conflict of interest form. That's a standard approach and process at NBN. So we would expect any executive involved in a sourcing decision, which is basically to enter into a contract and for NBN to pay money, that they would sign a conflict form that would declare that if there was anything.
And was that signed in this case?
Are you aware whether that was signed in this case?
We'll take that on notice, but it's a standard step and I would have expected that to have been done.
And if so, who signs it? Is it just the person who ticks off, or is there anyone involved in the decision-making process?
Yes, there's a certain level of seniority, of course, where that kicks in. But anyone on an evaluation team, where we actually have objective criteria that would evaluate different competitive offers, would be expected to sign it, and anyone in a decision-making position would be expected to sign it.
Would you be aware of the recruitment process that was undertaken for the employment of Mr Kaiser on the basis of...
I think Senate estimates has canvassed this extensively previously, so I
don't think that means we can't.
You can take it up again at Senate estimates if you'd like, but in terms of if you haven't any questions that haven't been canvassed previously by Senate estimates, we have a range of questions that we intend to pursue. I was going to give you till 15:15. That would have given you 30 to 40 minutes that you've been asking questions. So if you want to keep pursuing this one, fine, but we'll be moving to other senators at 15:15.
Okay, well, look, just finally on that one, and I'll hand over to Senator Smith. I was just wondering, there was a report in the Sydney Morning Herald that there was no executive recruitment process undertaken for the employment of Mr Kaiser, and I just wondered whether you could comment on that.
Well, I think these issues have previously been covered.
Representation, but it has been canvassed. We can draw to your attention the Hansard, where it was extensively canvassed by your colleagues.
Okay.
Perhaps Mr Brown could still answer the question though for Senator.
Well, I suppose if we don't want to answer that, could you actually tell me whether it's normal practice for the NBN Co to employ somebody to senior level without any reference checking?
What?
I mean, I'm just asking, if it's true, if you could let me know whether it's true. If it's not, if it is true, just wondering whether it's normal practice. It's a pretty simple question.
So the normal practice is to take references on people.
And the answer to whether we took references on Mr Kaiser is yes or no?
On the public record.
Well, again, we're on record as to that process, as to exactly what happened there.
Okay, so there's not a simple yes or no answer to that?
There were references taken on Mike Kaiser prior to his appointment, but I think we're on record about that whole appointment process.
Okay, thank you.
Mr Brown, did I understand Senator Ruston correctly that the PIP contract was signed in August? A PIP contract did I hear Senator Ruston correctly when she suggested that the PIP contract was signed in August? Sorry, that the PIP contract was signed in August?
No, the PIP arrangements were earlier than August.
Right.
They commenced work in May and the contract was signed sometime around that, and I'll take it on notice as to exactly when the contract was.
Were there any contracts associated with the PIP work signed around August?
No, there was additional work awarded to PIP who are already working on the performance improvement work, and that incurred sometime in the July-August time frame, and certainly it occurred before caretaker, and we'll take it on notice as the exact dates that occurred.
So before caretaker, meaning not the 5th of August or the 4th of August?
I'll have to revert on the dates.
Right.
We'll take that on notice.
Okay. I'm assuming that if it did happen on the 5th of August, you would be aware of it because the caretaker convention ended or came into effect on the afternoon of Monday, the 5th of August, and I'd be surprised if you were signing documents, on the 5th of August, that you wouldn't remember it because the caretaker convention was coming into force that later that afternoon, and I'm sure it would have been quite a conscious decision to be signing documents on the day the caretaker convention came into force.
Do you actually understand what the caretaker
I
conventions
absolutely
are?
do, and I mean there's been a consistent breach or sort of pushing the caretaker convention in the previous government. We don't need to explore that here, Senator Conroy.
You can explore on the floor of the Senate.
Absolutely,
but we've now hit
absolutely.
quarter past.
A catalogue of instances.
Thank you for that troll through history. And could I indicate to all the senators, could you please talk in, particularly as Mr Brown is having trouble hearing from an ear infection, if we could speak into the microphones. Also, believe it or not, there are people listening out there in the broader community who also can't hear because we're not talking into the microphones. So if all the witnesses and the senators could speak into the microphones, it would help the process. I wanted to refer to the FSAM standard life cycle from 2013 to 16 in the corporate plan. Are you familiar with the diagram and the process that we've just got up on the board there.
Where is this from?
This is from the corporate plan 2013 to 2016. So,
Okay. I'm not sure what the status of that document is.
I don't think it's changed in any of the corporate plans.
Right.
It's the
Perhaps we
standard
could just
process, which
confirm
is I'm just establishing. And Mr. Adcock, I wouldn't necessarily expect. I mean, he's probably seen it, but wouldn't have had a chance to absorb it. But I'm sure Mr. Brown or Mr. Cooney or Mr. McLaren might be able to confirm that that is the process that's been followed.
That this
It's just a slide out of the corporate plan. All of them. It's the same one in all of them.
Right, thank you.
It hasn't changed. There's no trick.
No, just checking.
That's a high-level description of the
Yep.
workflow. Yes.
Thanks. How many FSAMs across Australia are currently in the Telstra remediation or build stage?
My understanding at the moment, total to date is about 260, but I can confirm that.
260? So that's under build, contract instruction or Telstra remediation?
No, that's under Telstra remediation. I think
You've got 260 under Telstra remediation. Under the build contract instruction?
it would be a subset of that. I can get
Not every single build, though, requires remediation, so I would have thought it's the other way around. The remediation is a subset of the...
the way it works is the remediation precedes construction.
Okay.
As per your diagram there.
Yep, cool. Now, I wanted to find out how many are in the integration phase. That's between points F and K.
Can we take that on notice and come back on? There's, as you'd understand, there's been a lot of numbers past my desk.
No, I said I'm not remotely going to hold you...
I will get it back.
Given you've only been in the job 4 weeks, Mr. Adcock.
And just to clarify, Chair, you said the integration phase.
F
You're
to
just
K
asking
on that
for
chart.
Between F and K.
F and K on that
Okay.
chart.
Yep. I just want to make sure I get my nomenclature
Yeah,
right.
no, that's right. How many FSAMs across Australia are currently in the physical design stage? So under contract instruction in total from points E to F for the purposes of the discussion.
Right. The same. I've got
now, through the marvels of modern day
road
communications, it is possible for some of the officers behind you to track that down during the course. We're going to be here for a few hours, as you know. That's reasonably factual information. I'm sure
extremely factual.
a text message could bring that to the table fairly quickly if that is possible.
I did turn my phone off at the Chair's request.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't do everything the Chair says. That's get you in a lot of trouble. Now, what is the cost or approximate cost for NBN Co to get an FSAM from point A to F? It can vary between construction partners, but I just wanted an average.
That one, Chair, might take a bit longer than a text message.
That one I understand would. How many FSAMs across Australia are currently in the planning and design stage? That's from point C to E.
Okay. Again, just for absolute clarification, C to E is the development
Planning
of
and design.
NDD.
Yeah, planning and design.
Okay. I understand that number is 652,
Okay, 652.
but I will confirm that.
Okay. How many contract instructions does each of your principal build partners currently have for build designs across their areas of operation?
And by build instructions, you would, in my nomenclature, we've let a contract for the build of that FSAM after the remediation is completed.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I revert on that one as well?
Sorry, yeah.
Can I revert on that one as well?
Yeah, no, that one should be a factual one that's relatively easy to track down. And how many contract instructions does each of your principal build partners currently have for physical design across their areas of operation? So,
again, that's a factual number,
Yep.
but there has been some, as you would understand, some handed back. There are some
Yeah,
commercial issues going on at the moment.
I'm seeking to establish all of those on a factual basis.
Senator Conroy, can I just seek clarification from you? Whereabouts this is in the 2012-15 corporate plan?
I've got it on listed as it says Exhibit 18.1, Standard Life Cycle of a Typical
And that's
Brownfields
in the
FSAM.
12-15 plan, is it?
I think I referred to it as the 13 to 16 corporate plan. It may be on a different page in the earlier one.
Well, only in as much as I didn't think the 13-16 plan existed, so I'm trying to find it on in the 12-15.
Because you want to pretend a document doesn't exist doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, it doesn't.
So
Is what
version,
we're querying.
version 12 exists, as does version 13.
In whose mind?
I'm just trying to find it,
in the mind
Senator
of the people
Conroy.
who prepared it. Quite a few who are sitting at that table, Senator Smith. Just because you want to pretend they don't exist.
What is, just for clarification, what is the status of the 2013-16 corporate plan? What sort of process has it been through? Where is it? Where has it been ended up?
Senator Smith, you're welcome to ask your questions when I'm finished.
I'll definitely come back to that, most
Could I
definitely.
then perhaps just pursue that? I can't
no.
find this in 12-15, Senator Conroy.
We'll see if we can track down the exact page for you.
Thank you.
But you can ask your questions.
There's not a page number on that document, is there?
Well, that's out of the 13-16 plan, so we don't actually have that because it...
But I think even Mr Brown indicated that that is a standard representation. It's not a concocted document. It's a perfectly straightforward...
I'm not suggesting it's a concocted document. I'm just trying to
Sounds
work out
like
why we are
Anyway.
prosecuting something that is not technically in
So
existence.
what happens... just because you define it as not in existence doesn't mean it's not in existence. What happens when a build partner runs out of contracts? Mr Adcock? What happens when a build partner runs out of contracts?
I'm doing everything I can to make sure they don't at the moment.
Any in danger of running out of contracts at the moment?
There has been a slowdown, and when I say slowdown, it's just we've had some process issues that we're trying to resolve. My overarching objective is to get the stability back into the industry.
So you've slowed the supply.
We haven't slowed the supply. The
You
supply has
just
slowed
used
down.
the
We've had
words
some
slow
process
down.
issues.
You used the words slow down a moment ago, and then indicated from what you said that
There has been
you
some-
wanted to get stability. These are your words you've just given. So I'm just
And
trying
I did
to...
correct them. I think
I don't know. I think you amplified them. I don't know you changed your testimony to the Senate committee.
Well, I'm happy to clarify it. There have been some process issues that have caused, the production line, if you want to, not be at its optimum performance. We're trying to address that at the moment.
Okay. Which you characterised earlier as a slowdown. That was your word. It's on Hansard.
Yeah. And I'm
Okay.
attempting to correct it.
Will any company have to demobilise, in your view?
From today, no. Have companies demobilised? I'm in discussions with all of them at the moment, and some of them have.
So which companies have demobilised?
I have, I believe that VPL have laid off some,
I think that made public commentary to that
yeah,
effect. So.
and I believe Silco have as well.
Transfield?
I don't believe they have, but I do have a meeting with them next week. They're on a list of many people I'm trying to get in contact with. What, in your opinion, does this mean for the rollout in terms of a ramp up? If you're actually got a process problem that's slowed it down a little bit, and some companies have demobilised, are you able to achieve a ramp up? I don't know that my opinion would count for much. I'm doing my best to ensure
Well, you're the
we
man
have
in
a
charge
stable
of-
base from which to grow.
They're good consultant words, stable base. But I'm here to ask you about facts. And you're in charge of the rollout now.
Yes.
So you must have some understanding
Yes.
as to whether or not a slowdown in the issuing of build instructions combined with a demobilisation of some of your contractors can ensure that your
ramping up during the course of the remainder of the financial year?
The approach I'm taking is to stabilise the industry from which to grow. There will have to be, there is no doubt the industry has had some issues that it's dealing with, and what I'm attempting to do in my first 4 weeks there is to get confidence back in the industry that they can stabilise and form a base from which to expand at an appropriate time.
So what is your premise pass target for June 30th next year?
That's being reviewed as part of my early work at the moment.
So there was
I think it's reasonably, and look, I'd be, again, on a fact base in my first 4 weeks in there, I have challenged the target that was out there because...
You've challenged it upwards or challenged it downwards?
I've challenged the validity of it given the rollout plan, well, given the industry shuts down in December. And
what is the figure that's out there?
I understand the last published corporate plan was 600,000 premises, or the last public number was 600,000 premises.
Okay, and you think that's unachievable?
I do.
So what do you think is achievable?
I'm working that through at the moment. As you are suggesting, I'm getting a fact base from which to make that calculation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, Mr Brown, Mr McLaren, Mr Kearney, or even Mr Adcock, was a draft version 13 of NBN Co's 2013-16 corporate plan provided to the board for its meeting on the 19th and or the 20th of September?
So each year, as required under the GBE guidelines, we submit a corporate plan.
Thanks. Now, could you answer the question I asked?
And
was a draft version 13, 1.3 comes after 12 before 14, of NBN Co's 2013-16 corporate plan provided to the board for its meeting on the 19th and or 20th of September 2013? Yes or no?
Yes, there was a copy submitted.
Version 13.
Can I take that on notice? I'm not aware of exactly what version it was.
Version 13, trust me. What is the... Yeah, no, you were in government at this point, for the record. What is the normal practice? What is the normal practice for NBN Co communications to shareholder departments when it comes to documents that must be considered by the government?
Well, normal practice is NBN would put together whatever that document is. I assume in this case we're talking about the corporate plan. Would go through the process of validating the assumptions, and the forecasts are implicit in that.
We're talking about preparation per se. I said the normal practice for NBN Co communications to shareholder departments. So after you've done all of that,
yep,
you then, how do you provide it to the departments?
So normally it would go to the board, and with their agreement it would be submitted as a draft to as shareholder ministers.
Now, look, I understand there's an earlier part of the process, and this is what I'm trying to establish. There's a portal, I understand, and documents are put up on a portal for the shareholder departments. So I'm seeking to clarify whether that's prior to the board getting it at the same time. It's a working document for the departments to look at, or does it only go up after the board have approved it? That's essentially what I'm trying to establish. It's a factual question. Someone at the table must know the answer.
The practice, as far as I'm aware, is that it would go to the board prior to submission to the government.
Before it went up on the portal?
Correct.
Okay. Can you confirm that version 13 corporate plan was submitted to the shareholder departments via the portal prior to the consideration? So that would tend to suggest that perhaps it wasn't, but if you could just take on notice whether or not version 13 was supplied to the departments before that board meeting. Now, was this version of the corporate plan approved by the board on 19th or 20th of September?
I'll need to take that on notice to go and review the minutes of that board meeting.
Was the reason that it was not approved because the board responded to the minister's request for the board members to resign at that meeting?
I'm not in a position to comment on the operations of the board.
This was a board meeting where the minister requested they all resign. So I understand that version 13 wasn't passed because all of the board members resigned except one, I understand, or the ones that were requested to resign, all bar one did.
Yeah, I'm not in a position to comment on the operations of the board.
It's not a comment. It's a factual issue, Mr. Brown. You can take it on notice and confirm to me whether it was passed or whether the resignations all occurred on that board meeting. It's not a question of you can't comment. It's just a factual issue that you can check the record for me. You'll take that on notice.
The plan you're referring to, is the 13 one, did it go to the Labor?
No,
would the same plan actually be put to your government?
It was version 12.
So version 12 went to you, and then you're saying there's a subsequent version?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that obviously has not ever been approved by the current government?
That's what I was just establishing.
Yes,
It wasn't
thank
approved
you.
by the board. What I was seeking to establish was whether it was provided to the departments or not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on. In developing the 2012-15... sorry, it's 10:30. We should have a morning tea break. Thank you. 15 minutes morning tea. Resume at 10:45.
I'll declare the resumption. Now, just to clarify for the other senators, I understand that version 12 of the corporate plan is on the AFR's website. It was passed by the board of NBN Co, I understand, but not released by the minister. But a version of it is available with this document, I believe, on the AFR website.
Okay.
Which ones?
The most recent ones about the versions and documents. The 2013 corporate plan is drafted and is unapproved at this point in time by both the board and our shareholder ministers.
This is version 13 that we were talking about.
Yes, and I've taken on notice the exact status of what versions were shared with whom, because I don't have that information in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Now, in developing the 2012-15 corporate plan, NBN Co moved to Type 2 architecture. Could you explain the changes from Type 1 architecture? Probably Mr. McLaren, I suspect, is the lucky man.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Type 1 architecture was an initial architecture for the fibre network. So this is the passive network, what we commonly also call the local and distribution network. It was an architecture we developed for our initial trials that NBN ran in 5 cities and commenced in 2011. So it used effectively an architecture that essentially relied on what we call stranded fibre. So it's actually strands of fibre, individual fibres that are actually deployed, essentially individually spliced, so that there's quite a lot of fibre splicing that has to go on. It was essentially what the Australian market had been deploying for many years, and was obviously an evolution through that. It also used quite a lot of the technology and some of our initial learnings that we'd seen overseas. So it was very much an initial deployment, particularly informed by what Verizon were doing in the United States, which was very much an aerial build in Verizon. We took a lot of the learnings from that company and applied it for those trials. We then, obviously, during that period, had been looking at other options. We were particularly concerned by the amount of fibre splicing that would be involved with that architecture. As I said, each individual fibre had to be spliced, which was not only time-consuming, it was obviously very much a cost issue in terms of, and a resource issue in terms of getting the number of splices to be able to do it. So we're looking for ways to reduce that burden in terms of the build, and so the main change with the Type 2 architecture was to bring in what we call ribbon fibre. So that's where we actually have 12 fibres in a ribbon, and they are all spliced basically simultaneously with some new fibre splicing machines.
And there's a significant cost saving for you in that process. I mean, you said one of the reasons you looked at this was cost savings.
Yes, so cost savings, as I just mentioned, with the actual splicing itself. We'd also been going...
We found a way to reduce the cost of the build.
We were obviously looking through this time at all options to reduce the cost of the build. The cost was also, comes down to how we went through our procurement process at the time. Type 1 was an initial work with our suppliers. We obviously went through a more extensive procurement process for Type 2, worked with the whole market, and were able to obviously use the savings that came through that procurement process as well.
Okay. You may not have seen it, Mr. McLaren, or any of you at the table, but in a recent Telsoc speech, the former CEO of NBN Co said, and I quote, I think it was on the 2nd of December, was anyone there? Not allowed to go? Ooh, thought crime. Mr. Quigley said increases in the LNDN rates would be offset by other cost reductions. And I'm not talking about speculative cost reductions. I'm talking about things that had already been designed by cable companies, reduced and more efficient testing, smaller footprint multiports that had already been designed, reductions in fibre counts and corrections in planning tools that allowed smaller mandrels and greater fill ratios for ducts. We called these changes our 2.x architecture. at the end of September, NBN Co was on track to implement these cost reductions as any sensible company would. Is anyone familiar with that? Anyone read the speech since he gave it?
I'm not aware of the speech, but we are continually looking to
No, I'll come to the content in a sec, but I'm just asking if anyone's seen the speech. Mr Adcock? No? Any chance Mr Rousselot's read it? No. Now, I understand that version 13, which Mr Brown has confirmed exists, though in an unapproved, and I think we both agree it was unapproved because the board resigned. The version 13 of the 2013 to 16 corporate plan reflected the move to 2.x architecture. Is that correct? And it's just a straight factual question.
We'll take that on notice, but my understanding is that some elements of that are reflected in that plan.
Okay, well, we'll now have a discussion about it, which will be, hopefully, you'll be able to illuminate us. What is the fibre allocation per premise assumed in the 2012-15 corporate plan? Mr McLaren, you might be...
Our Type 2 architecture that you're referring to there has two options for the number of fibres that we allocate per premise.
So this is in the 2012 plan, not the
Yeah, absolutely.
one we were talking about?
This is in what we call, now might be called Type 2.0. We have 3 fibres in high growth areas where we actually have suburbs that are undergoing some development, whether it's development of MDUs or development of duplexes, where there's obviously more and more, mainly in the inner suburbs of our capital cities, where we'd have high growth areas. And then we also have an option for 1.5 fibres per premise in what we'll call low growth areas.
Okay. So 3 fibres for an SDU, 2 for a commercial premise, 1.5 for multi-premise sites, and the 3 fibres for an SDU is made up of 1 for the premise, 1 for the future growth on that site, e.g. a subdivision, and 1 for non-addressable services.
I'm not sure exactly what you're reading from there, Senator, but that might be the speech you're referring to?
No, I don't think Mr Quigley went into quite that much detail. I will get the relevant document for you, but that's my understanding of the 2.0.
There were different allocations depending on whether it's a single dwelling unit, a multi-dwelling unit, commercial premises. There are a range of
for an SDU,
range of
2 for a commercial premises.
There were 3 fibres for an SDU in high growth areas, 1.5 fibres for an SDU in low growth areas.
Okay. What would be the effect on LNDN fibre lengths if this was revised to 1.5 fibres for FDUs, 1.5 fibres for commercial premises and 1.25 for multi-premise sites?
So the question was, what was the effect on the fibre length? The length of where we have to haul the fibre doesn't change. We still have to haul the fibre to each premise that needs to be serviced. So there's no change in the length of fibre. You might be referring to the amount of fibre. Obviously that will change depending...
Obviously it's reduced.
Yes, the amount of fibre that we use will depend on the fibre per premise figures that we use for those particular areas, yes.
What would be the effect on FDH cabinets and multiports, new build and augmentation and cable hauling of the reduced number of fibres?
So all the work we've been doing is at the in the architecture, and you mentioned the FDH, the fibre distribution hub, specifically. Is that right? So the work we're doing there is to not change that unit in the design. It would stay pretty much as it is, the same design that we've been using since Type 2.0 was introduced. So no change there.
New build and augmentation. I mentioned FDH cabinets and multiports. New build augmentation.
We were looking at a range of different improvements there, especially the small footprint multiport, to be able to help...
I think Mr Quigley mentioned it.
Yep. So we have been working with our suppliers to introduce a smaller form factor. It's not so much smaller, but more flexible, able to fit into Telstra's pits somewhat more easily, will allow the work to proceed quickly, not so much work in remediating those pits. So we have introduced that. That is already rolling out, as I understand it, into some of our field work now, a smaller footprint multiport.
So some of those things I'm talking about here, they're actually already being rolled out.
Yeah, some of those.
Yep.
Yes.
Were FSAMs, just to confirm that, were FSAMs being designed in September using these changes? In other words, actually being rolled out. So you've actually rolled some of that out. I'm presuming any of the old ones that were given out didn't incorporate 2.X.
2.X is not a big bundle of changes. They're incremental changes in many different parts of the network. We mentioned the small footprint multiport. We mentioned techniques. I think you mentioned it around that now more efficient mandrel testing, which we use in our rodding and roping, giving us a more accurate gauge on the actual room of or the available duct space. So we've introduced those changes. So a number of changes are incrementally being introduced into the design process over time. It's not something that happens or waits for.
You can't. My point was some of the September designs, by definition, given that it was only the work was only completed and incorporated, have already been incorporated in your September designs and are being used.
We continue to look to
improve at every point. No, I'm completely accepting the point. I'm just wanting to factually know whether or not they were actually being incorporated on the grounds, and they've started to be incorporated on the grounds.
So it's at the design level we're talking about here.
Yeah, no, you've given out designs that incorporate these changes.
So these designs are, I believe, I need to probably make sure where that is in the design process, but yeah.
I think some of the changes, such as the small footprint multiport, have been incorporated in the design.
Yeah.
Other ones are being now tested, as any reasonable business would do, to understand the broader impacts of implementing them, supply chain, all that. So,
yeah, no, it's perfectly sensible. So how? And these changes were assumed in version 13 of NBN Co's corporate plan.
So I'm not quite familiar with this version 13 corporate plan. Clearly that's work that the company has been working on over a period of time to improve that. We provide advice into the corporate plan development team of what the likely improvements are on a case-by-case basis.
I understand. Let's not.
So I can't
wander
give you
around you. Other people who know and have different responsibilities who are sitting at the chair, Mr. McLaren, might also be able to help you with this answer. I appreciate that you're not the Chief Financial Officer. You're not involved in all that preparation of the corporate plan directly. You have an input to it, but you're not. But I understand version 13 incorporates.
Senator Conroy, can I just seek clarification on version 13?
Mr. Brown has admitted version 13 exists. It's just not approved by the board. So it's an actual
document.
So it has no status? Well, you might think it's got no status, but I'm asking about what it was contained in it. Which I'm perfectly entitled.
And if the board hasn't approved it,
it's just a piece.
Which you can pretend it doesn't exist. Okay.
Well, I'm just.
But I can ask questions. I can ask questions.
Well, could I seek clarification as to whether the witnesses need to respond to questions about a document that we don't believe their status? I mean, can they refuse to answer them?
No, they can answer questions about work that they have done, information that they have prepared, because every single part of it is covered under and paid for by the taxpayer. So we can ask for any question about any part of the work that they do. Just like you got to ask about Mr. Kaiser for the 75th time, I can ask...
The outcome, though, did it?
No, the
76th opportunity.
yeah, and I'm sure that you'll continue to spend your time having a discussion about it. But for the moment...
Well, I'm sure you would like us not to continue having a conversation about it, given your relationship with him. But anyway, we won't go there. So could I seek clarification from the committee secretary, please, on the matter?
Sorry, I can ask any question I want. Well, that's as clear as I can be for you.
Okay. Well, could I ask the secretary for clarification on that matter?
You can have a chat with him while I ask my questions as often as you want. So, Mr. McLaren or Mr. Adcock probably wasn't at the company when version 13 was prepared, though I'm sure by now you must have actually read it.
or read the contents of it. So you haven't bothered to read the last corporate plan that was produced internally by the company.
I've had a lot of reading on my plate.
Yeah, no,
I've had a lot of reading.
I'm just surprised that wouldn't have been one on there. Mr. Brown, you must be aware of version 13. You've given us some information about it.
I'm aware of the existence of multiple versions of a draft unapproved corporate plan for
version 13 was the last one. Version 13, we're agreeing it was unapproved. There's no argument that it was unapproved. But that doesn't mean all of you didn't work on it and that the information in it isn't able for me to not ask you about it. So let's not play games here that you don't have to. You can ignore the senators who are telling you to not answer questions. You're actually required to answer questions on any expenditure of taxpayers' money, which is every moment you breathe between your start time and your finish time. So I'm asking questions about documents that you have prepared. The status of them is not relevant to the questions that I ask. So I'll repeat my question. Version 13 incorporated savings from 2.X architecture. Is that a factually correct statement?
I've said before, my understanding is that some of those elements may be reflected in that plan and we'll take it on notice on a draft, unapproved corporate plan.
No, we're not trying to contest that, Mr. Brown.
So we're agreed it's a draft.
No, we're agreed that it wasn't approved. We're agreed that it wasn't approved by the board because the Minister asked them all to resign on the day it was to be approved.
I heard that very clearly. Draft
So
unauthorised corporate
This
plan.
draft unauthorised corporate plan then never went to was never
No,
submitted.
the board were directed to resign the day that they were going to adopt it. But that's a debate across the committee. So if I can get back to answering, we've established the facts. We've established the facts.
Well, can I just establish one fact, that this particular plan never went to the Labor Party?
No, absolutely not. This was prepared after the election.
So
That's correct.
Okay.
September 1920. When was the election? September 7? Yeah.
Okay, just clarifying it for the record. Thank you.
It was prepared by the company, put to the board on the day that the board were asked to resign by the Minister. That's just a factual chronology. But what's not able to be politically debated is whether or not the version 13 used 2.X architecture and the incremental savings that Mr McLaren discussed. So I wanted to know what the combined cost saving for all of these improvements assumed in that plan.
I can't answer that question. That was developed by our corporate planning team. I'm not aware. I have not seen this corporate plan version that you are referring to.
So I wouldn't necessarily expect you to, but you can confirm that all of the things, the items that have been discussed, have been researched, planned, investigated by the company.
We had a number of forums in which we included our finance team in the improvements that we were looking to deliver by these incremental changes. So the finance team was clearly aware of the work going on. To what degree and to what extent and to how those were represented into the corporate plan or the draft of corporate plan.
I appreciate that's not your area,
Yep.
but my understanding is the costs saved from the items we've talked about so far, the fibre count and the, what were we talking about? New build, augmentation, cable hauling, FDH cabinets, all of those sorts of things comes to about $3.3 billion is my understanding. And you can wait to confirm it, or you can get on the phone and get somebody to text you and say, yes, that's right. But 3.3 billion in savings. Now, what's a mandrel? We did have a discussion about it before. Can someone help me out? What is a mandrel?
So a mandrel is essentially a, how would you describe it? It is...
I think we have a slide, possibly.
Ah, very helpful.
I'm here to help. Actually, so are you.
Yep.
Let's bear that in mind.
So when we are going through the design process, obviously we are rolling out a large majority of the fibre network into Telstra's duct network, their pit and pipe network. We need to...
You've got to be familiar with this, Mr Adcock. It was your network we were rolling into.
I was letting Mr McLaren go. But
yes.
simply, a mandrel was a device for measuring the amount of available space in the duct.
So it's basically, when we have talked about rodding and roping previously, I think, in these committees. So as we're going through that process, the actual device we draw through the duct is called a mandrel, and it's effectively the size of that device that is used to check and to test that we have the space available in the duct. Now, the Telstra's records that we use give us the first indication of what room is available in the duct, but clearly we need to also test that before we send out teams and mobilise teams to go and haul the fibre through the duct to make sure it does fit. And if there is any remediation required as well, obviously it stems off the back of this process.
Okay, now if I can just go back to our early discussion for a moment before I follow up on mandrels. These initiatives, I understand, have been based on high-level analysis, I'm sure Mr Brown's favourite words, carried out on 8 FSAMs, reducing to 4 larger FSAMs in a representative mix of regions and geotypes. Further analysis will now be undertaken on a larger sample size to cover all region and geotypes, the work you were doing. And based on the analysis done to date, the initiative is estimated to reduce the cost of the LNDN build by around $3.3 billion, with benefits deriving from significant reduction in local and distribution 5 lengths, fewer FDH cabinets on multi-ports, reduced new build and augmentation, and reduction in cable hauling. Does that sound familiar, Mr McLaren?
I'm not sure what document you are reading.
I didn't ask you
Mr.
what document it came from. I asked you if that sounded familiar.
So what we have been absolutely working on is to look to see what opportunities there are to save by reducing the fibre count. We are now in the process of extending that into trials in the field, as Mr Adcock referenced, to be able to make sure that any modelled savings...
this implied carried out on 8 FSAMs. In other words, you already carried it out.
We have not built any different architecture into 8 FSAMs. I can assure you of that. It's
reducing to 4 larger FSAMs.
So is the question, have we built 8 FSAMs?
No, I was asking you if that was what was being done.
So there has been modelling exercises, desktop exercises, around a range of different alternatives. We are now looking
to high-level analysis.
High-level analysis.
Yeah. Mr Brown's favourite words. Okay, but that all sounds familiar to you. There's nothing there that, oh my God, he's made it up.
We are often doing high-level analysis of options for a range of different initiatives.
Well, you indicated, no, that's work that you've already been doing.
Yes, we are, and will continue to do high-level analysis around opportunities to save cost in the rollout of the current network. We're doing FTTP and future networks.
Yep, no, I appreciate by definition they don't apply to other than FTTP.
Mm-hmm.
So coming back to mandrels, did NBN Co identify that the mandrel being used was larger than the multiple segment sheath or MSS cable?
Yes, we did identify in this work a number of months ago that the mandrel we were using was unfortunately somewhat larger than the actual cable that we're doing. It comes down to the question of the shape. It was, rather than being circular, it was more of an oblong shape.
I have seen a few.
And
I've done a bit of rodding.
We have gone absolutely now to go back and correct that as quickly as we can.
Okay, so what's the cost impact of using a mandrel bigger than the fibre size?
The cost of the mandrel itself, sorry?
No, I'm saying, what's the cost impact of using a mandrel bigger than the fibre size?
The mistake, in other words.
So we're talking about it
would cause an increase in costs by using something that
So the risk we had if we have a bigger mandrel is that we would be not using ducts that could be used.
Cool.
And so the question of what is the cost of that comes down to an assessment of what is that risk, where we've actually decided not to use ducts, which would have been perfectly fit.
Okay.
Now, that is a difficult thing to put a figure on.
Okay. Has a mandrel size change been implemented?
Yes.
A few months ago, I think you said.
I believe so. I could take that on notice when it was actually implemented.
Was this change assumed in version 13 of NBN Co's corporate plan? So somebody's made an estimate, Mr McLaren, despite you being coy.
As I said, I cannot give you
Mr.
any
Brown?
definitive advice on what was used in the...
I appreciate that. Mr Brown?
I don't know. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Mr Adcock, would that seem like a wise thing to do? Get a mandrel that fitted the ducts for Telstra?
Can I suggest that many, many months ago, Telstra was working with NBN Co to
Fix the problem.
Yep. And that, as Mr McLaren was saying, that there was potentially being some over-expenditure where otherwise not necessary due to the...
I think that's a fair and accurate answer. I understand that the cost saving of this improvement assumed in that plan is about $550 million.
When I looked at the modelling, the potential saving was off the inflated base that wasn't there in the first place. So it's more like an avoided cost than a saving. And that's why it was implemented. There were presentations made at the time from Telstra to NBN Co to assist in that decision.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing it's been done. I'm just looking to find out what the quantification of the saving was, and I understand it was about $550.
I can't.
No, I appreciate that. Now, has the NBN Co looked at introducing smaller diameter fibre cables?
Yes, we are working with our vendors in the fibre supply to obviously look to see improvements with smaller fibre cables, and that obviously helps, again, the same...
Yeah, what's the effect of the change on the speed of construction?
The speed of construction, I do not believe it will have too much of a change on the speed. It's again is a question of...
So why are you doing it?
We are doing it to be able to maximise the use of the Telstra duct infrastructure.
So having fibre cables that fit more easily doesn't affect the speed.
Well,
have you been out, actually, I've done this, I've stood there, I've pulled some cable through, I've seen how tricky it can be, and I mean, I'm a layman, but I'm just standing there watching it feeding through, and if it's a smaller size,
you're quite right.
Surely it would squeeze through those Telstra ducts a bit quicker, Mr Adcock. Help me out here, Gary's struggling.
You've said you've been there yourself, Senator.
Yeah. So, was that change assumed in version 13 of NBN Co's corporate plan? And what is the cost saving of this improvement assumed in that plan?
Again,
I appreciate you may not know.
I cannot give you a definitive
Mr McLaren, I'm sure.
Yep.
Somebody does this sort of calculation, though, inside the corporation. That's how you actually build a corporate plan, because you haven't actually done something, so you make a forecast. My understanding is around $200 million. Does it sound familiar to anybody? Mr Cooney, you're the master of all corporate communications. You put this stuff out in the public domain.
I'm not familiar.
Not familiar with it? Okay. Now, I'd like to move on to fibre counts on the second leg. Has NBN Co ever looked at reducing the fibre count in distribution cable from 576 fibres to 432 fibres?
Yes, we have been investigating that opportunity. Again, it's an opportunity to have smaller diameter cables, as we talked about. Now, I think we may have another slide. What would be the effect of this change? What will be the effect on this change? I'm not sure if that's the right slide. Oh no, distribution network, that's it. So we're looking at the distribution network. So reducing from 576 fibres to 432, what will be the effect? What will be the effect on the level of splicing and testing required, as an example? So clearly with less fibres, there's less splicing, less testing. I think you indicated earlier splicing was a costly exercise. It is one of many costs in building the network. Yep. Was this change assumed in version 13 of NBN Co's corporate plan? Again, this is something that I have no definitive how the actual corporate plan was put together, with what costing and what architecture. I'm asking the question more generally, Mr McLaren. I accept entirely that you're not responsible for any financial calculations that come from it, but I'm just confirming that you've done these investigations, you've looked at them, and they've moved through a process where estimates have then been made and incorporated into version 13 of the corporate plan.
Can I just seek clarification whether this was only included in version 13 of the plan, or has this been included in previous iterations of the same plan?
Just version 13.
Sorry, so you're aware of that fact?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm just seeking to establish that they were included in 13, by definition not in 12. So I'm not remotely suggesting they're involved in 12.
Thank you.
Has NBN ever looked at removing the second leg of a distribution loop in certain FSAMs where the effect can be managed within the terms of the WBA?
Yes, and in some instances in our current build of our network where that second leg is very difficult, very costly, we have made the decision not to build it.
Okay. What will be the effect of this change on the cost of the fibre and the associated fibre hauling?
So there's clearly a reduction because it does not need to. But again, I make the comment that we have been looking at that where it is extremely costly, where for whatever reason there is no available duct infrastructure in the main, and so it would require an extensive civil build. So it's a case of avoiding increased cost.
Yeah, you're looking to reduce costs on a different model.
Well, I think it's avoidance of increased cost is the main reason for the opportunities.
No, but to borrow a phrase that was used recently, when you do rebaselining, I mean that's what it is. You go, well, cost base would have been this if we kept using a particular method. We've designed a smarter method, an incrementally smarter method, and therefore the cost is reduced against that previous baseline. To borrow a term I think Mr Brown tossed into the equation earlier in the day about rebaselining.
But for this specific example, it has mainly been where the cost is excessive and it's been avoiding that extra cost.
Yeah, no, I think it's an excellent thing. I'm just highlighting the fact.
Perhaps the fresh eyes, as I said, a lot of the stuff is being had a look at from a base case point of view, and I think I wasn't aware of the estimates you've got, but I did see some talk about it and some broad estimates. But what became apparent, as Mr McLaren's just pointed out, is that there were very broad preliminary estimates, but when you model it upstream and downstream, there are other cost impacts that need to be taken into account. What we're trying to do as a good business is try and understand what the upstream and downstream impacts are.
Yes. Now we'll get to what you do with these at a later date, Mr Adcock, with your fresh eyes and Mr Rousselot's sun-drenched boating eyes. What would be the effect of this change on distribution, fibre splicing and testing?
Which change?
The one we were just talking about.
With the second leg?
Yeah.
So it would involve less testing and less splicing, but the main point I was seeking to make is that we are avoiding the extra civil works of finding a path for this second fibre where none exists today.
Oh,
so
I understand entirely why you're doing it, Mr McLaren. It's a very sensible thing to try and achieve. Does anyone know if this change was assumed in version 13 of NBN Co's corporate plan? Take it on notice?
Take it on notice.
In what percentage of FSAMs do you think this might have applied, Mr McLaren?
We've been looking at the current run rate of these exemptions, and the percentage where we have been avoiding this cost is probably in the 5% range, maybe even a little bit lower, 5% of FSAMs. What we are looking to do is to see whether we can look at those criteria, and there may be other cases where.
Yeah, no, I thought it was possible to extend it to a greater number.
As I said, with many of these items, we are always looking to see if we can extend it without providing or putting other impacts on the business.
I just understood it was possible for it to be expanded beyond 5%.
It's something we continue to look at, again, case by case. What are the criteria in which our design teams look to seek this change? When that change makes good sense for avoiding costs, then that's when it will happen.
I'm assuming you've been looking at these because they do make good sense, Mr. Crane. I mean, these are your area. I assume you're doing them because they do make good sense.
Yeah, often in my area, we're looking to analyse trade-offs. We obviously have put these second leg in for a very good reason. And if you do take it away, there are impacts. As you mentioned, we have commitments into the market on the availability of our products through the WBA, and so we need to make sure that those commitments can still be met by these changes. So as any engineering organisation, we are helping the company, advising the company on those trade-offs, and then we work with the the implementation teams, the design teams to make sure they obviously can introduce those changes, track those changes, model the impacts on the network.
Okay. So, any idea on the combined cost saving of the two changes, the smaller distribution cable and the removal of loop structure assumed in the version 13? I appreciate, Mr McLaren, you'll give me the same answer. $310 million sound familiar to anyone? Take it on notice?
Take it on notice.
Now, has NBN ever looked at optimising its fibre testing?
Yes, as with many of these items, we are always looking to optimise our testing and anything that has a cost in the build. Yep.
Okay. Was this change assumed in version 13 of NBN Co's corporate plan?
Again, I can't give you an answer on that.
Any idea what the cost saving this initiative was assumed? I mean, these things made it all the way to the board, Mr McLaren. You shouldn't actually misunderstand. Your work made it all the way to the board.
You're asking questions around a plan and
Mr Brown,
a model that...
Are you aware that this work made it all the way to the board?
I've indicated already that some elements of this was reflected in a version, a draft unapproved version of a plan that went to the board, and we've taken on notice exactly what the specifics were, because I'm not aware of what the financial consequences were.
Yep. So my understanding is that the cost saving around $150 million. Now, I think this has been agreed already, but has NBN Co ever looked at using smaller multi-ports?
I think we just discussed...
Yeah, no, I thought we had a discussion earlier where we all agreed that we were all very keen to talk about multi-ports and smaller multi-ports. Have any of your equipment providers started designing or manufacturing these multi-ports?
I need to take notice exactly when they will come into it, but we have certainly seen prototypes and we've certainly gone through a whole type testing regime. It's a question of what stage of the production
cycle. Now we're talking
is.
Corning, Persimmon are probably the two most likely. Has Corning started the work, designed, produced a...
Corning and...
Both Corning and TE, I might assist you.
TE would be the other company that are involved.
Not Persimmon?
Persimmon, no.
Persimmon, sorry, thank you. So you've seen at least two designs?
So we've type tested, done all the testing, approved it for introduction to the network.
So field trials have begun using the equipment?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
We're in the field at the moment with, and I'll need to confirm this, but I think it's Corning's.
Corning's version? Cool.
Small format.
Was this change assumed in version 13 of the corporate plan, Mr Brown?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Any cost saving assumed in that plan? $20 million plus additional benefits to Telstra?
Well,
I'm sure Mr Adcock is very familiar with the additional benefits to Telstra. What would they be, Mr Adcock?
I'm here.
Less remediation of asbestos pits, perhaps?
I'm here representing NBN Co. I don't know that I can take
But you
questions
haven't
targeted
wiped
at
your
Telstra's.
mind of your knowledge of the sector, because that would be tragedy for the industry, because NBN Co hired you on the basis of your experience.
I get that, of course.
There is benefit to speed for NBN of deployment of small port multi-ports, because it requires less remediation work in the network, and there's a benefit to NBN. We've also secured a commercial price that means it's advantageous to NBN to use a small port multi-port form in comparison to the previous...
That's sometimes referred to as a squid. Can I just... are we talking... Is a squid different from the multi-port? Can I... this is just more of the same thing.
They go by various names.
Yeah, no. I just,
Our suppliers have...
I'd heard of it previously as a squid, but I didn't know...
Our suppliers have many different names for their developments.
Okay, thanks.
Squids, octopuses and multi-ports.
It's a fabulous world we live in.
Seaside names.
Whoever thought someone from Qantas and someone from the TWU would be chatting about squids and multi-ports, Mr Brown?
It's forward to the past for me.
What is that? Yeah, I won't ask you about Qantas, Mr Brown. I suspect your answer may not be printable. But what is the combined cost savings of these measures assumed across version 13? And you've heard me talk about various figures. Has anyone kept a running tally? Mr Cooney, you've been scribbling away there. Have you been adding up numbers as we go?
No, I haven't.
Let me help. I get it to about $4.5 billion, of which the major chunk, to be fair, is the number of fibres, I think, at 3.3 billion.
Now, I wanted to refer, and I think, Mr Adcock, you've already tried to leap into this field, to testimony that I'm sure you were watching from Dr Switkowski, that a special, that's his word, test will apply to these savings as part of the strategic review. And his exact words were that the cost savings are, and I quote, included in a general review where the standard for the claim of cost savings is higher and the actual processes and steps to be taken subjected to a rigorous challenge. Could you explain to me what this special test is, as opposed to what Mr McLaren or Mr Payne or any of the other officials like Mr Brown had previously done? What's this special test that you're applying, Mr Adcock?
So I suggest that's part of the strategic review, but as I said...
That's a factual question.
Factual question.
Mr Switkowski put it into the public record, Mr Adcock. I didn't. No. So I'm asking you to clarify what Mr Switkowski was alluding to.
In reference to your first comment, no, I wasn't watching. I was actually
congratulations,
doing other things.
You've won a brownie.
So I'm sorry about that. But I have, with the team, asked for, rather than just, putting it, well, when I say rather than, understanding the number, understanding the upstream and downstream impacts. So, are there impacts from the supply chain? Are there impacts from, other works that need to be done rather than just, putting out... And, it's the same in every sort of business as you look for savings. There's the initial, but what are the impacts up and downstream? And I'm assuming that's what Dr Switkowski was referring to.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I was hoping you would be able to elaborate. You're his hand-picked COO.
Oh, that's my assumption.
Conroy, I would suggest that the strategic review tomorrow probably will give you all the answers that Mr Adcock's not able to give you now.
No, I'm just asking that Dr Switkowski dismissed the work that had been done and suggested that it wouldn't meet some special test for inclusion in the corporate plan. So I'm just looking to understand what the special test is. I'm a naive senator. Yes. So I'm looking to understand what was really meant. Because it sounded to me from afar like they were being nobbled.
No, not at all. I'd suggest it was just a higher, more rigorous standard of test, upstream and downstream.
Right. Good corporate consultant words.
I've never been a consultant in my life, Senator, but I try to tell it as I see it.
The other thing is it's probably a little unreasonable to expect these gentlemen to be interpreting something that somebody else said, Senator Conroy.
So I'd like to quote Mr Quigley again from his Telsoc speech, and he notes, "So let me be clear. Rates to build the fibre network based on the existing design and architecture were rising, but those rate increases would not have produced a cost increase because we had identified and validated network and design changes that would have offset these increases, which is why I find it incomprehensible to hear the suggestion that the increases in LNDN rates should be built into the forward projections and cost reductions that had already been identified should not be, unless, of course, your objective is to try and confirm a preconceived position."
Who's
How do you,
these, Senator Conroy?
as I said, Mr Quigley's from his Telsoc speech last week. How do you reconcile both what you've been suggesting, Dr Switkowski's special test, and Mr Quigley's comments?
I have no idea where Mr Quigley's comments from, and it's the first time I've heard them, so I couldn't possibly try and reconcile them, Senator.
Well, as I said, they're from his speech last week. That's where they're from. They're fairly succinct, they're fairly clear, they're fairly pointed.
I don't think it's... I don't see it's my role to reconcile them. I may not agree with them.
Is Mr Payne the Chief Financial Officer for the NBN Co?
Yes.
Last time we checked?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I did mention earlier, you went through, suggested 25 names are working on the strategic review. What's Mr Payne's role? I think you said that he'd been brought in to do the, what did you call them, sorry, Mr Brown? I can't remember the word. You used a particular phrase that Mr Payne was included at certain points. I apologise, I just can't remember the phrase.
So I'll try to clarify my remarks that in terms of the strategic review, there were a team of people that had specific stream lead responsibility to work with the consultants who were looking at it and ensure that the information within NBN was correctly fed into that process and the discussions were objectively managed. The Executive Committee were not leading any of the streams. the executive committee of which Robin Payne is part and everyone here is part went through a series of review steps throughout the process.
Review steps. So there's a CFO, a deputy CFO, is that right?
Correct.
And Mr. Bertrand Phillip, was he, because I think you mentioned that he reports to Mr. Rousselot. Was he previously in the CFO line of reporting?
He previously reported to Robin Payne.
Right, so he was. So there would be, if you like, Mr. Payne, the deputy CFO, who is his name?
Stephen Matthews.
Stephen Matthews. And then Mr. Bertrand Philippe, and he's now been moved and works directly under Mr. Rousselot, or just under him for the purposes of the review? Just so I understand the structure of the company.
No, the accountability for the development of the next corporate plan is now resting with Mr. Rousselot. And as part of that, then, Mr. Philippe...
So the CFO no longer has responsibility for the corporate plan?
The accountability for pulling the corporate plan together now sits as part of the strategy team.
So the CFO is not responsible directly for the preparation of the next corporate plan?
Clearly, the finance organisation at multiple levels will be key contributors to that task.
No, I understand the title of Mr. Rousselot was Head of Strategy and Transformation, but you're now saying he's also in charge of preparing the next corporate plan. So the CFO is not in charge of pulling together the next corporate plan?
Correct. And I would note that various companies structure the role and scope of strategy quite differently between companies and industries.
Oh, no, I'm just looking at the change in structure of your company, Mr. Brown. Your company. I'm not interested in what other companies do. I'm just noting for the public record that the corporate plan is no longer being prepared by the CFO, but Malcolm Turnbull's yachting mate. And that the CFO appears to be, on objective assessment of what you've just described, sidelined.
I wouldn't be going into whose mates are whose.
And my comment is it's not uncommon in industries to put that responsibility in different parts of an organisation.
No, I'm talking about what's happened inside NBN. And what is clear from your testimony here, Mr. Brown, is that the CFO of the company is no longer primarily responsible for the next corporate plan. It's in fact Mr. Turnbull's yachting mate.
Who's the head of strategy? It's the strategic document, isn't it?
It's the actual corporate plan.
Yeah, so wouldn't the head of strategy have a reason?
You and I can debate this on the floor of the Parliament anytime you want. I'll move on. I'll take your hint though, and I'll move on.
Just on that, Chair, I think, are you planning on taking a lot longer? I know that there has been a pretty significant period where you've had the floor. I know Senator Ruston has some questions. Are you planning on...
Look, it depends whether you want us to have to call them back again and again and again, or you can just let me finish.
Well, I think we are calling them back in that we'll be...
They're coming back next week for a particular purpose, and I'm not saying there won't be other questions, but if... and one of the arguments continues to be we keep calling them back, and I accept that this is a problem, but if I'm able to finish all my questions around, then we don't need to keep calling them back.
But I'm just trying to get clarification as to whether or not you'll be yielding the floor at any time before perhaps we break at 1:45, because I think it's been about 50-odd minutes that you've been...
No, you guys had about 35-odd minutes, so I'm not far ahead of the three of you.
Well, this is your second stint, I would.
Well, that was about the opening statement, but... So I'll pull up some sentiment for you to have some questions. So will the government's interim statement of expectations for NBN Co states that NBN Co should commence preparation of the 2014-17 corporate plan. The outcomes of the strategic review will be a key input into NBN Co's new corporate plan. That's the statement of expectations. You're aware of this direction from the government? Someone needs to nod, or more importantly say yes for Hansard. And the CFO will sign off on the financials for the strategic review? I mean, I don't know if he can, given he's no longer in charge of it. He's just an input into it.
Well, the functional executives, all of us still have multiple responsibilities at NBN, and as the CFO, he'd still be required to sign on the accounts.
And look, this is probably more of a question for Mr Switkowski, I accept this, but what sort of corporate governance model has the CFO not responsible? Like corporate governance, so someone must be familiar with the concept. Like the CFO not responsible for the corporate plan.
So I think that is a question for Dr Switkowski, and we'll take it on notice.
Okay. Now, I wanted to have a discussion about FTTN, and I understand a fair bit of work was done. We've had a discussion about the document that has got extensive media coverage on FTTN. Mr McLaren, are you familiar with that document? Have anybody, any of the four officers at the table, looked at the Sydney Morning Herald or any of ZDNet's articles over the last 2 weeks?
I've seen the articles, but I haven't seen the document that they refer to.
Yeah.
So we're talking about documents again, Senator Conroy, that are the subject of media comment as opposed to dealing with specifically with the document itself.
Yeah, no, we're talking about commentary in the newspapers. It's what Parliament does occasionally.
No, I'm just trying to seek whether there is any documents of which we can get access to which you are referring to.
I'm reading the newspapers like everybody else.
Okay, so we're
I'm not
speculating
tabling anything. I have nothing to table.
Thank you.
I note the government broadband policy plans to roll out an FTTN network in 2 stages. That's the stated government policy. 25 megs by 2016 and then 50 megs by 2019. Have you all read NBN Co's caretaker advice to the Department of Communications?
No, I haven't.
Mr Adcock probably hasn't, I accept, but have Mr McLaren, have you read it? You probably helped write some of it.
Clearly I was involved in some of that
Okay.
advice.
Mr Brown, were you involved in any of it?
Sorry, I'm going to ask you to repeat the question. My apologies.
Were you involved in the preparation of NBN Co's response to the department on implementing the government, the opposition then, now government's plan?
There were several discussions and meetings at which I was.
Okay. Mr Kearney, you must have been. I think you actually signed the letter sending it to the department. I've heard a rumour to that effect.
Yes, I was aware of it.
Yeah, cool. So we're aware of it.
But it's worth noting, of course, is that as a document was prepared in response to the department's request, and as the Secretary mentioned, I don't think any of us will be able to answer questions on the content of the document.
Oh no, you're going to answer questions. You don't get away with just saying I'm not going to answer questions.
But as my understanding was, it was a document that was prepared under request for government, department, unless they choose to release it.
No, I can ask you any question about factual issues and work that you've done. They can choose to release it or not release it. It doesn't absolve you from your expenditure of taxpayers' funds by preparing it.
Can I seek clarification, please, as to whether the witness is required to answer something about a document that hasn't been released yet and is still subject to board approval? Secretary? I think you're harassing the witness somewhat.
I'm not harassing the witness. I'm just advising him that under the Senate rules, I'll read them to you again if you like, you can choose various defences, but one is I'm not going to answer.
Okay,
you can choose the dog ate my homework. You can choose I'll take it on notice, but you can't choose I'm just not going to answer.
The detail of advice to government is not ordinarily disclosed, is it, Chair?
Well, this wasn't to government. This is the problem you've got. It's not to the government.
Well, who is it to?
To the department. No, it's actually caretaker. By definition, it can't be to the government. It's actually caretaker advice. So let's be clear. This wasn't a document prepared for the government.
Okay, could I seek
We were
advice?
the government at the time.
Could I seek the advice of the Secretariat as to what Mr Kearney is expected to answer in regards to this, please?
Okay, we'll keep going while there's a conversation going on. A note from page 43 of NBN Co's advice to the government document during the caretaker period, and I quote, a dual-stage rollout which would see the network upgraded to achieve fixed line speeds increased to 25 megabits per second by 2016, followed by a second upgrade to achieve fixed line speeds of 50 megabits per second by the end of 2019 would mean 2 truck rolls, increasing costs. It is not recommended. Someone's going to have to own up to it. Do you stand by this advice? You don't get to sit there blankly, sorry.
It's a Senate committee. Every time you breathe, you're expending taxpayers' dollars.
Perhaps the witness
Senator, I
might
think-
like to take it
sorry.
on notice.
Yeah, I think everybody's here has said, I know I haven't seen the document. And
I'm
I
not
don't think
asking
anybody
you,
here
Mr.
is into
Adcock.
the detail, but I think...
You can't actually deny the facts as they stand.
I
Let's
don't
be
think anyone's
very
trying to
clear
deny
about
the
that.
facts. I think everybody is saying that they're not aware of them. So if we can
No,
take it
no,
on
no,
notice
Mr.
and come
Adcock,
back
that
to
is,
you, that'd be
you've just
fine.
misled the Senate. I know it's your first time you've been here. You can't say that they don't aware of the facts.
Senator,
No,
I'm sorry.
you can't blanket say, they've just, Mr McLaren, Mr Brown and Mr Cooney have all indicated they've seen the documents that have been supplied under the caretaker. They've all just said it, Mr Adcock. You can't sit there and say they're not aware of it. They all just admitted to the Senate they've seen it. You don't get to whitewash it.
No, I'm not whitewashing it. If I could clarify, I said I don't think they're aware of the page you're referring to, and all I'm saying is that we're more than happy to take it on notice.
Well, it's been in the newspapers. Mr Cooney has an extensive media alert service, often criticised by the other party, perhaps not so anymore. But he must be aware of the newspaper articles, and I know Mr Cooney is diligent officer, and I'm sure he continues to be a diligent officer, and he will have circulated these to at least a number of people. Now, you can all say you don't get Mr Cooney's media alerts, or you're too busy to read them, and that's a fair enough one for you, Mr Adcock, not for the others. So it has been well canvassed in the media that NBN Co have made this statement. Do you stand by it?
Chairman, if I could clarify. We acknowledged in our opening statement that we were requested for information which we provided to the department. It's confidential information by nature of what it's provided. You're quoting a document that we haven't seen. It may be the same document, we simply don't know.
I understand
We're not
it's a board
familiar with that
document, so the defence is running out. It's a board document prepared. It's not even the documents that were individually sent. And this is how it was described last week. No, this is how it was described last week by Mr Switkowski, that there was an individual part in the department. They said they received it bit by bit. There wasn't one consolidated document. Okay, that's what the department said. Mr Robinson, who you sent the stuff to, Mr Cooney, indicated that he received it piecemeal. It didn't all come in one block document. I'm now referring to a different document, which is a document provided to your board. So the defence stops. This is an internal document prepared for your board.
Well, Chair, but you're referring to a newspaper report, you're not referring to a particular document.
I'm referring to a document that has been in the newspapers that was a board document.
A report about it.
Senator,
Yes.
but without seeing that...
So Mr Brown will have seen it because he reads and is the part of the executive team that receives them. Mr McLaren will have received it, and it is available to you, Mr Adcock, and I think, Mr Cooney, tragically, you will also receive board papers. So you have all seen this document.
I've seen the document.
I said it will be available to you.
Thank you.
But these three officers all know they've seen that board document and that it exists, and it is not the information as in the actual physical pieces of paper that were sent. So it's not that. This is a board document that this newspaper is referring to. A board document you've seen, Mr McLaren, you've seen Mr Brown, and you've seen Mr Cooney, as had Mr Switkowski.
I understand. Can I clarify, but without seeing the document specifically that's quoted in the article, that may not be that document that you're talking about. It could have been an earlier draft. I just don't know, having not actually seen the document that's in the article.
You haven't read your own clips. You get them
Sorry,
sent
I've
to
seen
you.
the articles, and I've seen the quotes
you've seen
in the
this
articles.
quote.
And I've seen the quotes in the articles, but I haven't seen the article. I haven't seen the document those articles refer to.
You can't establish from
I don't think it's been.
newspaper
I don't
article.
think the paper released the
Okay.
whole document.
So just to clarify, what you're saying is that the newspaper article does not clearly articulate the document, the specific
Don't put
document.
words,
Well, I haven't seen
no,
it.
no,
Is that
don't
right?
put words into Mr Cooney's mouth.
Mr
He's
Cooney, tell me if
perfectly
I'm
capable of answering
verbling
the
you,
question.
but could you clarify for me whether that is correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's 1:45 when I was going to pull up stumps. I'll come back to all of these issues. I don't think we've finished, and I can pass over to...
Thank you. Look, can I just ask you a couple of questions back on some questioning that was earlier about the 600,000 premises and you know what the targets were, and I think Mr Adcock, you said that you thought that some of the targets that had been projected to have been achieved, you thought were over-ambitious, and so can we maybe just get me a little bit of corporate history on what were in your opinion, what were the substantive reasons why you believe that some of the targets that had in the previous plans had been suggested that you don't believe that they can be reached? I mean, is there anything already occurring?
Sorry?
No, he's just playing with his phone.
Oh, sorry. Okay. When I arrived at NBN Co, the current corporate plan for premises passed, I understand it was the current published approved version corporate plan was 1.2 million premises passed this year. That had been revised down to...
There's a number of corporate plans. So is this the original 2010? And someone might want to help here. The 2010 one was revised down to the 2012 one, and then the 2012 one was further revised in March of this year. So which target are you referring to, Mr Adcock?
Chairman, the number that I was informed was the last corporate plan, and I'm happy to be corrected.
I'm distanced from it now, so I don't have
That's
it
okay. That's okay.
encyclopedically, so I'm sure someone will let me know very quickly.
It was 1.2 million homes passed, and I understand that prior to my joining, there had been public statements that that number had been revised to 600,000. Under what version or what instance, I can't comment.
Version 13, I think, comes up with 600,000. I think that's what the minister...
Given my history and, having worked with NBN Co before and having seen the slowdown in commencement notices, having seen, various other impacts around the rollout, having looked at the profile for that number, which, had some premises being delivered, as I said before, in the back 2 weeks of December and the front 2 weeks of January, where, there was actually a ramp up where we know the industry shuts down. We just sort of said, look, we need to pressure test this really because, we don't want to be misleading. We want to make sure that our numbers are robust.
The revision down from the 1.2 to the 600,000, it may not be a question to you, Mr Adcock, you weren't around at the time. What was the basis for that downsizing or that reducing in target?
Now, you wouldn't answer any questions to me about version 13.
I'm not asking you about any versions.
The 600,000
figure
is from version 13, just so you're very clear.
It was the number that was presented to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
what I'm trying
13.
to establish is what... I don't care which version this is in, to be perfectly honest.
You don't anymore.
No, what I'm trying to do is establish...
That's very funny.
It was the public number when I arrived there.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing, because that was what the version 13 number was, but I'm happy to ask questions about version 13. If you want to answer questions about version 13, I've got about 50 you've taken on notice, and we can go back and start again.
Well, let's go back to version 12, because we all accept that version 12 exists and is a legitimate document, or well, let's go back to whatever document currently has full status. Could you please run me through, whoever, what were the main reasons, in your opinion, for the need to look at a lower number in our projections? I mean, what was it, just an example, if you want to be really specific, what was the impact on the asbestos find on these numbers?
Let me have a go first. There were three particular influences in terms of our ability to achieve any number we set ourselves. The first one was the mobilisation of the construction companies themselves. The second, and it's on the record that they were struggling with getting the sequencing of work right and their subcontractor base mobilised to do the job.
Yes.
So that was one of the drivers. The second one relates to the design approval process and expediting the designs back out of the handoffs between ourselves, Telstra and the construction companies were involved in that. The third one was delays due to asbestos out of Telstra. However, I would note that these were the smallest of the three categories of reasons for why we were forecasting down the numbers.
Okay. Can we go back to the mobilisation of construction companies? Can you talk me through a little bit, what's the sticking point there? I mean, that, obviously those two other things were quite a big contributing factor to this reduction in forecast.
There were multiple issues at play here. One was about the certainty in terms of the flow of work from us to the construction companies, during which stage they complete the detailed design and then they hand it back to us for approval, and getting a smooth flow of that work was not occurring to a sufficient element that they could then forecast how many people they needed on the ground. Where that then got sorted out with some of the delivery partners, when we worked our way beyond that issue, often it was a question of mobilising the subcontractor base and giving them continuous work. So when they'd finish, for instance, boring for installing some additional pipes, that they could move from one part of the FSAM to another and keep working, if you like. So that was another part of the challenge with the issue as to why they were struggling to mobilise. The third issue is well documented again around the technology platform we're using in terms of spatial net, which was a good planning document but not necessarily a good design tool, and complementing some of the skill shortages in using the tools that were available to actually build the network.
Okay. So was Silcar one of those construction companies that you're referring
Yes.
to? There was reports back in August that they had to lay off 400 workers. Can you give me some idea of what was the reasoning for that requirement? It was a pretty big number.
All of the issues I've spoken about before were impacting Silcar. Silcar, under their contract, we had to do a renewal agreement with them, and at the time Silcar went through a restructuring of their own ownership structure where Leighton's took over a greater responsibility and bought out the joint venture partner.
Yeah. So did that have a major impact on the ability for the delivery of the numbers in the corporate plan, in your opinion?
That then shaped their operational that impacted negatively their operational performance, and as part of the renegotiation over the extension of their contract, that added additional, effectively, delay into their mobilising out in the field.
Okay, so largely this whole issue of demobilisation is something that's been coming for a while. It didn't just happen on the 7th of September.
Sorry, could I ask you to repeat the question? My apologies.
I'm just saying that this whole issue of the demobilisation of the rollout is something that has been happening over quite a long period of time. I suppose I just wanted to clarify that there are a lot of issues that have been impacting on your decision to reduce or to suggest that the targets needed to be reduced that have been coming for a long time.
Yeah, I think as a matter of record that NBN has been very challenged about meeting the scale of what we have to do, and then the asbestos delays due to Telstra's issues came on top of what was already a challenging dynamic in terms of getting to scale at NBN with our construction partners.
You're the chairman, obviously. Yep. Do you want to continue or do you want to break? Because I think we're supposed to break at 11:45 and I've gone straight over.
Yeah, well, we might. I mean, the chair is still in the room, so.
Oh, sorry.
No, perhaps if you've got any more questions.
I've got questions, but.
Sorry.
Yeah, call the break.
Right,
I've got other questions.
Well, we might come to the break and we might come back to Senator Ruston in 15 minutes' time. We'll adjourn.
15.
commence again. I just wanted to, if I could, for a moment, just come back to a point that Mr Adcock was referring to. 1.2 million is the latest corporate plan. I understand that was possibly, and it depends on definition of what we're covering. So there are, I happily accept there is confusion around the iterations of the corporate plan and the revisions to the corporate plan, plus also the definition. Usually shorthand, we've all spent our time talking about brownfields. Your figure, I think, referred to a combined satellite fixed wireless brownfields and greenfields. So just wanting to make sure that we're all comparing apples with apples, but I don't think the figures you were quoting came from the latest corporate plan. There was a 2012 one, and then there was a revision in March of this year or April of this year. So that wasn't the most recent figures, I don't think, but I totally accept that there is a plethora of confusion that is possible when it comes to that.
On the figures, I have the people in the back here have helped me out on the earlier questions, if you'd like the answers.
Which questions are you now?
The how many between F and K and how many between
right.
E and F.
No, thank you. If you could put that on record, that'd be great.
Okay, so in reference to the document, the questions were how many between F and K. I'll go the other way. I can confirm that the earlier design certainly was 652, which was the number that I did give you. The numbers between E and F, which is the subset of that, is 546. And the number between F and K, which are basically the build instructions issued, are 244 FSAMs. And on the average cost, which was the one, we'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, no, I accept entirely. That one's not a quick look up a document.
And I think I've covered them all, but
yeah,
if I've missed any, let me know.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, I'm assuming that the dual stage, single stage rollout is one of the issues that's considered by the strategic review. Sorry, Mr. Brown, I was saying I'm assuming the single stage, dual stage rollout question is one that's being considered by the strategic review?
Yes, it has looked at that issue.
So the question of whether you're going to use VDSL combined with vectoring, that's an issue that's covered within the strategic review?
Well,
I'm not saying you've got to tell me what the outcome was, I'm just saying it's one of the issues that will be considered.
it is one, of course, of many issues, as I outlined at the start, that we expect tomorrow, once the board has approved that'll be a published version will be out. There'll be further opportunity to ask detailed questions.
No, I wasn't seeking to garner any extra information, just that it was part of the review. Okay. Now, I presume the large amount of variation in the quality of copper lines in this country is one of the reasons why Mr Adcock, you gave, for me, what was an unusual answer in estimates, but to Senator Lundy, you said the deployment of VDSL requires every line to be tested. That was from your last testimony. We already know from Dr Switkowski's testimony at the last hearing that NBN Co does not intend to test every line before the strategic review is finalised. I think he said that.
Correct.
Now, what about FTTN trials? I remember last time I spoke to Dr Switkowski about this, he mentioned you were talking to Telstra about running pilots. Where's that up to?
Can I just clarify an earlier statement there? I think when in the Senate estimates, my point was that there would be an assumption set against which lines will be tested, not dissimilar to the duct network in the current thing, where you'd make an assumption of what was available and then test it as you rolled forward. Yeah. So I think
but even
I hope that I'm aligned with my
even BT have to do a test of the line at the end of the process.
Correct.
Yes. Now, as I said, FTTN trials. Have you started any yourselves yet?
No, they're under discussions.
Now, again, the caretaker advice and the document that went to the board meeting, which Mr McLaren, Mr Brown and Mr Kearney all received, and I think you're in charge of circulating to the board, Mr Kearney, recommends that VDSL trials with in-cabinet vectoring are conducted in approximately 15 to 20 sites across Australia for the purposes of determining the extent of copper remediation that will be required. Are you planning on doing 15 to 20 tests to determine how much remediation is going to be required? in FTTN? Mr Adcock?
I'd suggest that the trial is going to have a look at a number of issues, and one will be to help develop the assumption set under which the copper network will be characterised.
Well, I'm asking whether or not you intend to, as suggested by some of the people sitting next to you, that you need to do vectoring on VDSL in 15 to 20 sites across Australia, and are you going to do that?
Sorry, again, just for clarity, 15 to 20 sites, sites is
For
an interesting term. Is it
the extent
nodes?
of copper
Is it
remediation?
FMs, or, I mean, the purpose of the trial is not to test VDSL technology. We understand
No, it's to
that
test
works.
Australia's copper.
It's to test a number of things, including how the process for standing a trial. Can we get a scalable process for standing a
I accept
node?
all that, but I'll read you the quote again.
Please.
15 to 20 sites across Australia for the purposes of determining the extent of copper remediation that will be required. So there's a very specific recommendation about why you do the 15 to 20.
Sorry, again, just for
sorry.
clarity for me, yes, that quote is from...
Board advice is my understanding. So 1, 2, 3 people have all seen it.
So-
I accept you won't have.
No, but part of the approach to a trial that we're discussing at the moment, that hasn't been concluded, is, you know, can we look at 15 to 20 nodes to test a number of elements, including the copper network?
I'll simplify the question. How many FTTN trials has NBN Co completed before handing the strategic review to the government?
Oh, I'd suggest, from my knowledge, none.
You haven't handed
None.
I haven't had,
Sorry.
well, sorry, that's
I'm
a good
sorry,
point. Sorry,
can't hear the witness.
Sorry,
The witness
Senator.
can't hear my questions.
At
and we
this
can't
point
hear
in
his answers.
time,
None, I think you said.
independent of the strategic review, there have been no trials done.
Now, Telstra, I read, have completed a trial. Now, Mr Adcock, you may be in a conflicted situation, so I accept that. Have they shared the findings with NBN Co?
I'm not aware of any findings that have been shared with NBN Co. No.
Mr Adcock? I'm asking whether Telstra have advised NBN Co, not whether you know of them. I'm guessing you might know them, so I'm genuinely trying to help here.
Yeah.
I'm asking whether
Senator, I
Telstra
not
have
been
advised
past any
NBN
trials.
Co. Sorry?
I have not been past any results.
Right, okay. So Telstra have not advised anybody at NBN Co.
I didn't say that. I said
No,
I
all right.
have not. Okay.
I will be...
I've got to tread very
Yeah, no, I'm trying to help.
Yeah,
Okay, so have Telstra shared with anybody at NBN Co the results of their FTTN trial?
So we'll have to take that on notice. As part of the strategic review, Telstra has provided some information to BCG and our own internal team to evaluate the options. And I'm just unclear as to what exactly the detail
No,
of that
I'm not
information.
seeking to dig into the strategic review. I just want to know whether it's been in the papers, they've done their secret trial. I just want to know whether they told you the result of it yet.
Yeah. So I'm not aware of what information has been provided, and we'll take it on notice.
But you did indicate that they had provided some information, but you don't know what the detail of it was. It didn't say that 27 copper lines weren't working and 50,000 were. So I appreciate, Mr Brown,
Simply unfamiliar with the specific detail.
So just to confirm, in the cost assumptions for FTTN, the strategic review will not have actual data for line testing or completed FTN trials, by definition. Appreciate that, your ears, but you can't just nod, Mr Brown, you need to say yes, no or something. I noted you nodded, but Hansard can't record a nod.
If I could add that BCG are an international company and they are aware of other trials in other markets and the use of this technology, so that data is obviously available for them.
Overseas data is available. We had a long discussion about international data, but I'm asking in terms of Australian data, the answer is none.
All I can say is I'm not aware of any data being shared by Telstra, and we haven't conducted any trials, FTTN trials.
I wanted to read to you some excerpts from the advice provided to your board by Mr McLaren, Mr Brown and Mr Cooney. It describes the copper remediation required for FTTN in the following ways. In order to roll out a VDSL2 network with minimum target speeds of 50 megabits, significant network remediation will need to occur in the copper plant, including the removal of bridge taps,
poor joints and any other physical impairment that impacts performance. Would you agree with that, Mr McLaren?
Sorry, agree with the fact that there will need to be
the fact that I've just described there.
There will be remediation.
No, the word significant network remediation will need to occur in the copper plant, including the removal of bridge taps, poor joints and any other physical impairment that impacts performance.
Isn't this something that is going to be the subject of the review that you're going to get tomorrow?
I'm asking about a document that was provided by the company, Mr McLaren, Mr Brown and Mr Cooney, to the board of NBN Co.
Can I just clarify again that...
A couple of months ago.
I understand, but just to clarify that particular point is the articles and the quotes that you're reading from are from an article that we haven't seen. So we've seen the articles, we haven't seen the papers.
Articles, yes.
Yes, we've seen the articles, we haven't seen the papers. They may or may not be the paper that you're referring to, we don't know, and until we've seen it, it could be any number of other documents.
I'm going to let that slide for you, Mr Cooney, because I'm not going to waste my time while you try and obfuscate what you know is a quote I've just read from a document that you prepared.
But we haven't seen
You
that
know
document.
this is a quote that from a document you prepared.
Here.
Yes, well, that's what happens at the Senate. This isn't court.
No, you're not allowed to badger a witness. You can ask him a question.
So, Mr McLaren, is that a factually accurate statement? You wrote it, so you're going to have to say yes or no.
Senator Conroy, could you table the document to which you're referring?
I'm reading from my notes, so...
But you just referred to a document that you said that you've got in your position.
I'm referring to my notes. I have no document at hand. So,
you're referring to a document.
Could you please... Mr McLaren, is that a factually accurate statement?
What I can say is that remediation will be a factor that needs to be considered in the strategic review and in the rollout of any FTTN network.
And the removal of bridge taps, poor joints and other physical impairments that impact performance.
Will need to be considered in any review and any rollout of that network. Yep.
And would you agree with the statement that the extent of remediation that is required to meet an FTTN speed target of 50 megabits is unknown in the Australian environment?
It's one of those considerations, yes.
And the cost of this would be unknown even to Telstra, given the poor copper plant records. Mr Adcock, sound familiar?
Sitting here as
I'm being rude. I shouldn't ask you about your knowledge.
You shouldn't ask me
about your knowledge from Telstra. No, that's a fair point, Mr Adcock. But back to Mr McLaren. The cost of this would be unknown even to Telstra, given poor copper plant records. Did you give that advice to the board?
All I can say is that the cost...
Did you give that advice to the board?
As I understand that any work that we've done in that area is confidential information. That's the advice I've been given.
What confidential information? I'm asking you a factual
as
question
it forms
about
advice,
a document that went to your board.
As it forms advice for...
It went to the board.
So is that a matter of public record?
It doesn't matter.
What do
it
you
went to the board.
I'm under advice.
This is a document that was prepared for your board, Mr McLaren. You don't get to say it's confidential, if it's, especially as it's out there, it's been leaked and it's out there in the public domain. And you can't keep saying we haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it. I'm not aware of the document that you're referring to.
Sorry, you're on the executive team. You see board documents. You see board documents. You see board documents, and you see board documents. This is a board document. Stop denying you've seen it. You're on the executive team, and you receive these board documents.
Senator Conroy.
Do you get board documents?
We get access to board documents,
yes.
But I can't compare to the document that's been quoted because I haven't seen that document. And it could be a draft, could be a completely separate document. So to draw those, I don't have the two things to compare.
It's claimed this is a board document.
It's claimed. Table it. Table the document to which you're referring. Well, you can't refer to it as...
Witnesses are in the same position. They can actually answer the question.
Suggest.
Because they don't know the
We'll move on, Mr McLaren. On page 43, as a result, it states, as a result, network remediation costs will be a large uncertainty in any business model or commercial deal. The allocation of this risk will be difficult to negotiate. I mean, many of these quotes are just taken straight out of the newspaper, so continuing to feign not knowing them or that they accurately reflect the board document that you know exists because you've seen it is an unusual approach to Senate estimates for paid public servants who are expected to answer questions.
So is that a fair statement?
So again, I say remediation will be a consideration for any rollout of an FTTN network.
So did this board document on page 102 say copper acquisition is a very high risk proposition? Is that the advice that you gave to the board?
I don't have that board paper in front of me, so I can't.
That's not a defence for answering a question about it.
But I don't, so sorry, on page that you mentioned, I don't.
Mr Cooney, you're certainly entitled to take it on notice.
Can I take that on notice?
Of course you can. So the key words in your own document, in your own advice to your own board, were to describe copper remediation required for FTTN are unknown, expected to be significant and high risk. Those are your words to your own board.
No, you're alleging their words to their
No,
own
they
board.
know they're their words.
Well,
Just
they
because,
haven't said that.
Just because you're running cover for them doesn't mean they're not
I'm
true.
not running cover, but I think you're verbling our witnesses.
Please.
Yeah.
They're their own words.
They have not at any time indicated that any of the words that you have purported to have reported
Less than
from a
24 hours.
newspaper article, and they've agreed to take it on notice.
Less than 24 hours.
In 24 hours, you may know all.
Now, we had ACMA before the committee a little while ago, and they don't know the extent of it. They only have records for voice faults that breach regulatory standards. That's correct on your understanding, that Telstra's records of faults are about voice? Mr Adcock, you might want to help out here. It's more of in the public domain here than your personalised knowledge.
No, again...
But ACMA indicated that Telstra's records are for voice faults. Does that
If that's
sound...
what ACMA said, then I'm not going to argue with them.
Sorry, by now you must have done some research yourselves to establish that that's a fact. It's in the public domain, for God's sake. So, according to the CEPU, which you may have seen some reference to there, I'm sure you're very familiar with them, Mr Adcock, in many forms of your life. They claim that the technicians that actually work in the pits and ducts say that 75 to 80% of the network is held together with plastic bags and duct tape. Did you see that evidence at all? Have a look at it. Did anyone see that evidence or bother to...
Sorry, the evidence...
From the CEPU, and I read you a quote from the CEPU that they put on the record.
And again, sorry, Senator, I don't know what forum that was in.
Mr Cooney, you must have. It ran on News's.
I've seen that quote.
Okay. Did you pass it on to anyone?
But don't know whether I passed that particular quote. I don't think I did.
Okay, now, Mr McLaren, you might have to help me here. I tried with ACMA, and to my genuine surprise, the man who could have asked my question was having his last day, and he wasn't at the hearing. He was retiring. Voice transmits along copper at a particular frequency.
Yes.
Data transmits along copper at a different frequency.
So DSL technologies use, yes, very much higher frequencies.
A higher frequency? Thank you. I'm looking for a genuine assistance here, Mr.
Yes,
McLaren.
I'm happy to give you that.
At higher frequency.
Higher frequencies, substantially higher.
So a voice fault at a lower frequency would not necessarily correspond to a data fault at the higher frequency.
There is a question of what defines a fault, I think, at the bottom of your question. When we're talking about faults, are we talking about something where a customer makes a...
Well, given that the government have guaranteed 25 meg, not an up-to service, a 25 meg service, and ultimately a 50 meg service, what I'm seeking to establish is that Telstra have no records whatsoever about data faults on their network.
I can't speak for what Telstra records are in terms of data faults or for voice faults for that matter.
No, but they're only required to keep voice faults.
That may be the case if that's what the ACMA required to do.
There's legislation that compels them because you then have to do how many days does it take to repair a fault, all that sort of customer service
customer guarantees.
Yes, so all of that. But data faults, Telstra have no record of. Because, as we've discussed, the frequency used is different. Could you help me, and I'm sure all the senators would benefit from your wisdom on this.
copper cable capacity isn't just about thickness, though that's obviously a relevant factor. That you would have read, I'm sure, in your spare time, of which I know you've got none, the debate about 0.4 versus 0.5.
The gauge of the copper?
The gauge, sorry, the thickness gauge, thank you.
Is a relevant factor?
Yeah, it is a relevant
thickness,
factor. No, thank you. But it isn't just the thickness. I'm possibly going to get the word here mispronounced or wrong here, so I'm hoping you can help me out, like with gauge. It is impedance?
Impedance.
Impedance, thank you. The resistance or impedance.
Is that on purpose? Or
Yeah. Copper is impedance. The resistance or impedance of a copper cable to frequency is proportional. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the smaller the gauge, the higher the impedance.
So as the frequency, I'm on the frequency at the moment, we'll come to the gauge in a minute. So as the frequency goes up, so does the loss.
Absolutely, and we have that phenomenon not only on copper, we have it on wireless. At the higher the frequencies, we have higher losses. That's
just the laws of physics. The laws of physics. Yeah. We've mulled over them many times. So the frequency goes up proportional to the data rate, but the modulation in ADSL lowers the frequency a bit. Does that all sound about right?
So maybe I can help with a bit of a summary of DSL. So we are talking about DSL uses significantly higher frequencies than voice.
Yep.
It goes to a frequency of 2.2 megahertz.
Yep.
Voice traditionally sits in a band that is only 4 kilohertz, so it's many thousands of times less. So it's running at a significantly higher frequency, uses multiple tones to be able to send the data. Those tones...
Excuse me, Mr Chairman, I've just got an urgent call. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to leave, but I think you're without quorum in my absence. So
well, it depends. If you're in the room, you can call it, and you will call it because you're here. If you're out of the room, you can't call the quorum, so see you later.
Okay.
So at 2 megabits, the cable, it's a funny rule, you've got to be in the room to call a quorum. So at 2 megabits, the cable is operating at about 1 megahertz with all the error correction bits, etc. Most old copper was only designed to operate at best at 10 to 15 kilohertz, which I think is what you were indicating.
Yeah, it's been
so you either have to have short copper tails or lower the data rate.
Yeah, it's a well-known proposition with any DSL
What's
technology.
the law of it? What's the name of this particular law? We've got Shannon's law, we've got Moore's law, we've got... Is there a law for this one, or is it just...
That's a good question. I might have to take that one on notice.
Okay, take that one on notice. So, how short does the copper tail have to be to do a gigabit? Following along that logic. And it's a law of physics thing.
To do a gigabit per second on a copper network?
Yeah.
So, maybe if I can... We're talking about copper networks, the Ethernet networks that we use in our offices, and even probably in this room, the blue cable there into your laptop can do a gigabit over 100 metres, but it is not the same type of copper cabling that is used in a telephone network. It's called Cat5 or Cat6.
Yeah.
The copper network.
You're not implying that Telstra's copper network, and I'm sure Mr Adcock can help, has that sort of cabling in the last mile, though?
Telstra's there are networks in Australia that does have that cabling in the last mile.
You did avoid the question of Telstra, and it's Telstra's that you're contemplating purchasing
so
or
I am
leasing
unaware
or
of any
borrowing.
Telstra Cat5 or Cat6 cabling in their network.
Good. Okay. Now, the government's broadband policy includes provision for the replacement of about 10% of copper lines which are, quote, maintenance intensive. This is the coalition policy, page 7, which I like to refer to as the soggy copper problem. The government's policy also states that suburbs, regions, towns and business districts with the poorest services and the greatest need for upgrades will receive first priority. You're familiar with that? It's the policy you're seeking to implement.
The policy statement from...
There's page 2 of the government's policy document.
I'm generally aware of those statements.
The testimony from both NBN Co and departments indicate that no one knows where the coalition got the 10% figure from. Have you got any further light you can shed on where the coalition government came up with a 10% figure in their policy document?
I can't give any view, no.
Okay. So does NBN Co know yet what percentage of the copper network will need replacing under this part of the coalition's policy?
what percentage of the copper network will need replacing.
Well, the government's policy says that they expect, and they've provisioned for in their costings,
10%.
a replacement of about 10% of copper lines, which are soggy. Well, I think that was Mr. Campbell's word. So, have you calculated where this 10% to be replaced is yet?
No, I'm not familiar with where the 10% came from. The strategic review obviously is looking carefully at the performance of copper, because it's not up for question whether the VDSL technology works. It's a question of
Agreed.
the utilisation of copper relative to performance. And the BCG work has looked at that extensively and will be covered as part of the strategic review.
So at this point, you can't point to where the 10% of copper is to be replaced under the Coalition's stated policy. You have no idea where that 10% is.
I don't know where they got that 10% number from. No.
Okay. So we've already heard testimony from the Department of Communications that network rollout costs are conditional on the schedule of the rollout and the availability of existing infrastructure. The department is not due to hand its broadband quality report to the government until the 23rd of December. So has the NBN Co identified specific areas where an FTTN rollout will commence?
Again, I don't want to preempt.
No, but you can say that will be revealed in tomorrow's.
Tomorrow's review will explain exactly where they've got to and in terms of what's in scope and out of scope.
So you don't have the detailed knowledge of the state of the copper networks in these areas or the state of the infrastructure. You're actually designing a plan based on the copper network where you don't know where you need to replace, you don't know how each individual line will perform. That's...
The strategic review will address exactly the basis on which they've gone through their decision making and the percentage volumes for various platforms that they believe will deliver the best result for accelerating broadband to Australians.
Sorry. Here's a hint. You don't get to call quorum. Only a senator does. I'm not calling a quorum. I know, because you can't. Okay, I might just move on. So I'm just conscious of the time, so I want to cover some areas.
A matter of what does it mean without the quorum? There was a question before.
Don't even start.
It's just a clarification.
Don't even start. We currently are operating with a quorum.
We are operating with a quorum.
Yes.
Okay.
Anytime you want to wander down and be a smart ass to the
I'm
chamber of the Senate or the Parliament and count the number of senators or MPs in a chamber at any given moment, you will discover that they don't operate with 19 senators in the chamber at all times.
I understand it wasn't meant to be disrespectful. It's a question of process.
It's entirely disrespectful, Mr Cooney. That's exactly what you were intending. So the committee is operating as per the rules of the Senate committee structure.
My question was just before when you mentioned there wasn't a quorum.
No, I didn't mention there wasn't a quorum.
Oh, okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
I, in fact, made the point that there is a quorum.
It's on the public record now, raised by witness.
We are quorate until someone calls a quorum. They don't get to call quorum either.
It's on the public record, so maybe.
Until a senator calls it, we'll keep going. So I'm just conscious of the time, so I'm... Okay, I wanted to talk about the latest equity funding profile for NBN Co as at the end of June this year. It states that NBN Co has received a total of $5.3 billion by the end of June 2013. Does that sound right?
Oh, we'll have to take that on notice.
It's on a public document, so I'm hoping to have a slide put up in a moment as soon as we get my staff to slide it up. So I'd like to go through how this funding has been allocated to date.
Chairman, sorry, may I ask just with danger of provoking
yes.
it.
You're way outside danger. You've crossed the line.
Apologies, just my understanding the advice was given is that 3 members of the committee constitute a quorum of the committee.
Yes, and when a senator calls a quorum, then a quorum's called.
Okay.
And it's tested. But you don't get to call a quorum.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Very
be calling
clear.
quorum, it was just a
Got it?
clarification.
Very clear, Mr Cooney. You've just attempted to close down a parliamentary committee and failed. So let's be very clear what you just did. You've just attempted to close down a parliamentary committee.
I was asking a clarification.
You have just attempted to close down a parliamentary committee. So much for NBN Co wanting to participate and have scrutiny. The Chief Communications Officer for NBN Co just tried to close down a parliamentary committee. That's what you just did. That's just now on the record for everybody in Australia to know what you just tried. Now, back to the questions that the committee members are asking. I'd like to go through how the funding has been allocated to date. The slide, which will be up in a moment, shows a summary of NBN Co's cash flow from NBN Co's annual reports from 2009 to 2013. Am I right in saying, just to assist the discussion, that payments to suppliers and employees is basically what would be shown in the corporate plan as OPEX? That's right. I don't think it's a controversial question, but...
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, thank you. Am I right in saying that payments to suppliers and employees is basically what could be referred to as the corporate plan as OPEX, operating expenditure?
Yes.
So about $1.6 billion has been spent in operating expenditure. Are we on the right page? We just changed pages without... about $1.6 billion has been spent in operating expenditure. Does that seem about right?
Could you advise what document this is referenced to?
This is the... I understand is from the 2013-16 corporate plan. It's on the AFR website if you'd like to read it.
Okay, so it's the same draft.
No, I don't think I'm talking version 13. I think I'm talking version 12. Okay.
Yes, but regardless of versions, the point is that we do not have an approved 2013-16 plan.
As I said, I'm generally not trying to be controversial. I think it's just a factual issue that in whatever time, those numbers just add up to be what they are. So about $1.6 billion has been spent in operating expenditure. Am I right in saying that payments for property, plant, equipment and intangibles is basically what could be shown in the corporate plan as CapEx?
We'll have to take that on notice.
Payments for property, plant, equipment and intangibles is...
Take that on notice.
Seriously. It's a document. Summary of NBN Co annual reports, statement of cash flows. Plant. Payments for property and plant. They're not OPEX, are they? They're not operating expenditures. They're a capital item. Seriously, there's no trick here.
You're referencing numbers and categories here, and I'm advising we'll take that on notice.
You can disavow a document that's on a public website as an accurate reflection, even after you produced it, Mr Brown, but we can all see what you're doing. It's a public document on a website.
Well, you're asking me a question about numbers and definitions, and I'm saying that we'll have to take that on notice and come back with the answers.
So there's been about $2.8 billion invested in equipment, software and licences. Is that correct?
Again, we'll take that on notice.
So how much has been invested in the transit network?
As at today, I'm not aware, so we'll have to take that on notice.
How much has been invested in the satellite network? These are pretty basic questions that should be able to be answered to the committee, Mr Brown.
So again, we'll take that on notice. I'll revert to the committee.
No, they should be able to be answered right now. I mean, I'm not trying to be hard on you, and I'm hard on you on other things. On this one, I'm not. This is just like, this is basic bread and butter of why you turn up to estimates to answer, or to Senate committees, is to answer these questions.
I understand, sir.
How much has been invested in fixed wireless?
Again, we'll take that on notice.
Now, I refer to Mr Payne's estimates testimony, where he noted that the current cost per premise passed is between 1,450 and 1,500 a premise. This is not one to take on notice, and Mr Adcock might want to join in. Does this reflect the increases in LNDN rates that have occurred recently?
The current number that...
the number that Mr Payne, so I'm being specific, we'll get to any other numbers that are concocted in a minute, but those numbers, I asked very specifically,
that's right.
They're Mr Payne's testimony. Yep. Did they reflect the increase in the LNDN rates that occurred recently?
So, just to step it through, Mr Payne's testimony, the number, as I understand it, is the historical average cost of... Sorry, that's okay. I believe that to be the historical cost of premises past the to date LNDN.
No, I want to be clear.
No, that's why I'm trying to be very clear. I don't think it, because the forward estimates are the...
okay, well, let me help you.
Yeah,
seeing as you're getting it wrong and misleading the Senate, let me help you.
I'm trying not to.
No, I know, that's why I'm trying to help you. So they started off a while back at about 1,335 per premise, and then the fast-tracked ones were 1,487, and you averaged that out to the earlier figures that were provided to the committee. And then the impact of the Synthio and Silcar contract changes is currently being modelled in detail and is likely to increase costs by between $50 and $100 per premise across the total number of premises. So the new figure of $1,450 and $1,500 included the Silcar and Synthio contract changes and the models.
That's the statement, but I don't see the number that you're referring to. So the
1,450 and 1,500. That was Mr Payne's evidence 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago at Senate estimates.
Okay, and again, can I read the context, please, Chair?
I can read it to you. I've got it here as well.
I've got it here. So I get it.
So we started off with 1,100 to 1,400, and then the advice is it was now 1,400 to 1,500 based on those rate increases.
Okay, so I think in the context of that question, Mr Payne said, I think it's between 1,450. He didn't state it as an absolute. And what we're doing at the moment, again, part of looking forward, is taking on board a whole bunch of other issues that are...
As you can tell, we know what you're doing at the moment, Mr Payne. Mr Adcock.
Sorry.
We know exactly what you're doing.
No, it's a statement of fact. There are claims that we're...
this is evidence, and unlike you, Mr Switkowski accepted these figures last week.
I accept them. There's on the record of Mr Payne saying, I think it's between about 1,450 and 1,500.
Which included the increases from Silcar. That's why they've gone up from 1,100, between 1,100 and 1,400.
Sorry, Senator, it doesn't say that it includes Synthio and Silcar
No,
specifically.
I'm just making you admit that it does.
Well, I don't know that it does. I don't know that it does.
Yeah, no, we know what you're up to, and it will come out.
I'm not up to anything, Senator. I'm reading the testimony in front of me.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much, and thank you for indulging me. Senator, could you just, because I wasn't here when you put that document on the screen, could you tell me where that's from?
No.
So why are we questioning the witnesses on a document we don't know where it's come from?
I can question the witness on anything I like.
Well, I'm just, I mean, like...
You can make the point you're making, and I can keep going with my questions, but you've made your point.
But I'm sorry, Senator, as I said, I'm not trying to be smart. I've got the testimony in front of me and it doesn't align with what's up there, and I'm trying to understand
can you confirm that NBN Co are trying to encourage contractors
to put in as many variations as they can over the last month or so to help pump up your new baseline.
I can absolutely deny that.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, you've denied it.
I can absolutely deny it.
We'll move on. We'll move on. The next slide shows Exhibit 9.6 from NBN Co's 2011-13 corporate plan that explains how the revenue model is made up. Is that still the approach?
Again, is that question directed at me, Senator? Because
Whoever would like... No, I
plan,
appreciate
so
this is an old
let's
document,
go.
so Mr Brown and Mr Cooney and Mr McLaren have all had an opportunity to... This is the 11, okay, the 11-13 corporate plan. It's an old one. It's approved by the board, released by the previous government. So I'm not asking you to, but I'm just asking if that is still the approach.
I think that captures the key inputs and the considerations of constructing a revenue plan. There's numerous debates about what measures you use within those, but that's an accurate...
Has NBN Co varied its expectation of the numbers of premises that will take up a service? Hello? Committee to witnesses?
In what document, Senator?
No, I didn't say there was a document. I said, has NBN Co varied its expectation of the number of premises that will take up a service? It's just a question.
Well, it's a dynamic issue and it's constantly reviewed because part of it depends, of course, upon what happens in the marketplace and indeed how many new premises get built over a period of time. So that's a constant evaluation.
Has the end of the process with the ACCC on the SAU given NBN Co more confidence about future pricing? Now it's settled.
The SAU gives us confidence about the terms under which we offer our services to the marketplace.
Am I right in saying that, as presented to the JCBN in April, so this is testimony, the prices assumed in the corporate plan are actually lower than the prices that are reflected in the SAU? Was there a graph there? Yeah, that one.
So
that one on the top left.
The SAU, I can't refer to that chart at the moment, but the SAU creates the framework under which we operate for 30 years and gives us certainty over the first 5 years relative to a pricing cap.
So that, I'm right in saying, is presented, and that's a chart that was presented to the committee. The prices assumed in the corporate plan are actually lower than the prices that are reflected in the SAU. That's what that document presented in April says.
That's my understanding, that the price is a cap that effectively is built in through the SAU, depending on your assumption about CPI, of course, over the long term.
But the NBN actual prices are lower than that, lower than the cap. That's what that chart says.
That's as I understand it. We'll take it on
Thank
notice
you.
to confirm.
Sorry, I'm conscious of the time and I'm trying to rush. We heard from the department on 28th of November that NBN Co's AVC speed profile as of September was 46% on 12.1, 25% on 25.5, 1% on 25.10, 5% on 50.20 and 23% on 140. That still exceeds the corporate plan assumptions. Is that correct?
I believe that does currently still exceed the corporate plan target. It's worth, of course, notice that we did at the time.
It's come down. It's come down the whole time. I'm not trying to, but at the moment, the actuals are exceeding the forecast.
That's right. And it's worth noting, of course, when that was brought up in previous estimates, we did point out that early adoption, although in some areas there's high penetration across the board, would be discussed, considered probably early adoption.
Okay. What's the current experience on downloads? Is this consistent with your forward projections on CVC use?
I don't know that. I'd have to take that on notice.
Slide 5, I have a reference to. What's the next slide you've got? That's all? Okay. I refer you to Exhibit 15.1 of the draft corporate plan on the AFR website. Am I correct in saying that it forecasts a CAGR in real terms of ARPU of 2.8%?
Again, well, this is a document we don't recognise and we'll have to take it on notice.
Firstly, it's in front of you right now. Secondly, it's on the AFR website, so you're not, unless you're denying that is a document known as the draft corporate plan 2013 to 16. Like the entire draft corporate plan is on the website. So all I'm asking you to do is confirm what the last line says.
And I'm saying we'll take that on notice.
It's on the public website. It's not like the game being played here where there's a document that hasn't been tabled and questions. This is a public document that you've not sought to, up until this moment, deny is the actual draft corporate plan.
Yeah,
and are you trying to deny that was the draft corporate plan?
No, that's not my point. As we've explained here several times, it's a document you're quoting that we're not familiar with exactly what document you're referencing.
I've just told you exactly.
Don't
mislead the committee, Mr Brown. It's a publicly available document on a website, and it is known as the draft. I'm not saying it's the adopted by the board. It's the draft NBN corporate plan 2013 to 2016. It's like, unless you're denying that document exists, A, or B, that is an accurate representation of it.
I don't know that it's an accurate representation of a document that does exist and we acknowledge exists.
It's the entire document, Mr Brown. You can't deny that a document that's on a public website is not an accurate reflection when you know it is. You can't actually do that.
It's called misleading.
It's called misleading the Senate.
Is entitled to take it on notice, which I think he has done.
No, he's actually saying he doesn't know that that's the correct document when he knows it's the correct document.
So
words in the mouth. Yeah, don't verbal the witness, Senator.
No, I'm just pointing out that he knows, and he knows that is an accurate document.
Yeah, Mr Brown hasn't said that. You've said that, and you cannot make a statement on behalf of Mr Brown. You cannot make a statement on behalf of Mr Brown. If he chooses to take it on notice, he chooses to take it on notice.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just pointing out that everyone in this room knows that Mr Brown knows it's an accurate document.
No, I don't know that, sir. I don't know that at all.
I do not know that, Senator. What I know is that you're referencing a document that we have not cited the document you're referring to.
It's on the AFR website.
We've also said that there is a draft plan. We've acknowledged that. It's not approved and it remains in draft. You asked me a very specific question, Senator, about an element of that, and I've said I don't know, and we'll take it on notice, because I don't know.
Okay, so to be clear, are you complying with the Coalition pre-election policy that argued that real cumulative annual growth, CAGR, in ARPU should be limited to less than 3.5% to reflect a constant share of wallet? Is that a stated objective, the government stated objective? Are you complying with that?
It's for the government to comment on their policy. The strategic review has spent quite some time looking at the revenue alternatives for NBN, and again, that'll be released once the board approves.
This is the government policy. I'm just asking if you're complying with the government's policy.
You're quoting me a government document.
Yeah, I'm asking if you're complying with it. It's the election policy they took to the election. I'm just asking if you're going to comply with it.
Yep. So it's a policy of the government, and the strategic review has a thorough and comprehensive review of our revenue.
So you're not implementing the government's policy in the strategic plan? Isn't that what it's supposed to do?
You're talking about the strategic plan, which will be released tomorrow. I think it is unfair that you're asking Mr Brown to comment on a document that hasn't been through his board.
I'm just shocked. I'm seeking to confirm that he's complying and implementing the government's policy.
Shocked you may well be. I think tomorrow we may reveal all.
It's the task for the Board of NBN, the management of NBN, to conduct a strategic review, and as I've explained here, we'll be providing a redacted version of that. We expect tomorrow after the board finally approves it. At that stage, there'll be many policy issues that will remain ahead for the government to debate, and NBN will participate in.
So you're not guaranteeing that the government's policies, as announced and taken to the people of Australia and voted on, are going to be implemented by the strategic policy?
Mr Brown is not commenting on the strategic plan that's
I'm
going to be
asking him
released
to just
tomorrow.
confirm that they're delivering on the promise of the government. Mr Turnbull's promises to the Australian people.
I think
it's Mr Brown that doesn't want to. But I'll move on.
That's a good idea.
Mr Cooney, you're the Chief Marketing Officer for NBN and for trying to close down Senate committees, correct?
The first half.
Excuse me? What was that question?
You missed it. It was fun.
We're cracking up
No one
laughing.
laughed.
Does your role include responsibility for promoting take-up of the NBN?
Smooth migration. So yes, that includes.
I mean, you had a long conversation
Yes, yeah.
about why you did marketing and research and that sort of. So, genuinely, can I congratulate you on the world record take-up rates of the NBN? As you'd know, as early September this year, NBN Co was recording what can only be described as staggering take-up figures across Australia. Cray 6 was nearly 50% after only 8 months. You must be a legend. Wollonga and Minamurra are both at about 70%, and a number of Tasmanian locations, and as we both know, they were slow starters, but they really jumped into it. Kingston Beach and Midway Point well above 50. I haven't seen any updated figures. I'm surprised. I only hear about figures that are on the low side.
How many of those were service class 0?
Do you even know what service class 0 is?
Yes,
There's
I do.
4 different categories of definition, and as Mr Quigley and I'm sure Mr Adcock will assure you that they are actually being collected. They're not service class 0 like Optus HFC, which means you don't ever get to have it. But if you'll stop interjecting, I will try and hurry up and finish. However, I note that the Minister raised the question of the low take-up rate in Darwin, as well as South Australia, excluding Wollonga, and Western Australia in question time recently. I'm sure that you were privy to seeing the hand side of that as part of your job. Are you able to provide reasons why take-up is lagging in these areas compared to others?
I might share that responsibility also with some others, but there's various reasons why take-up can be lower, but some of the reasons are, for example, service class 0.
Darwin CBD has a large amount of multi-dwelling units. I'm aware of that.
And so that can, just for clarity, what that can mean is...
when were they switched on? When was the Darwin sites switched on?
Well, all 6 of them.
I might...
No, I'm talking about the FSAM or the FDA.
I'd have to take that on notice to give you the date that was switched on.
Like, was it 6 months ago, 12 months ago?
I think it was shortly before the end of June for the first FSAM for Darwin.
You had responsibility for that for about 3 weeks, didn't you, Mr Brown?
I didn't have accountability for Darwin, but I was assisting with the...
You went to Darwin, Mr Brown, for about 3 weeks and then came home.
Assisting with the deployment.
I'm just saying, but you had some responsibility for that for about 3 weeks. So about June, July, did you say, switched on?
Sorry,
it was the end of June, July was when it was switched on?
Yeah, we'll confirm that, but my recollection is...
No, it's my rough recollection as well. So what marketing campaigns, Mr Cooney, are you conducting to encourage end-user take-up of NBN fibre services in Darwin and in other areas of South Australia, though I'm not quite sure where we're being referred to because I'm not sure they're switched on yet in South Australia. Apart from Wollonga and a couple of other FSAMs down Wollonga Way, is there any in Adelaide switched on yet?
Maybe just on the question of marketing campaigns to drive activations, it's worth, of course, first noting that as a wholesaler, a lot of the key activity that drives activations is from the retail markets, the Telstras, the II nets, etc. We do marketing which is often around informational about when it's available and when and what are the steps people have to take, and that communications often triggers retailer marketing as well, and we work closely with them. That is a campaigns that roll out in conjunction with the rollout, and it's done from the point of view based on when disconnections occurred, and it counts back from there. So I don't have the details of the individual campaigns for those areas, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Well, are you concerned that the take-up appears to be a little sluggish compared to other areas?
We look at all areas of take-up in terms of why, and what we found is that there's not often universal rules for why some areas are lower take-up than others, but there are some systematic issues, and as has been talked about, service class 0 is one if you just can't sell into that premise.
But let me just clear, service class 0, they're not never getting a service, are they?
No, it's just a...
How many MDUs have been connected around Australia now? That would have started in service class 0.
Greg, do you have that?
I will confirm it, but I believe it's about a tad over 6,000 living units. But again, that's just fresh numbers.
I won't hold you if you need to update the committee and say it was really only 5,940. I'll not slash my wrists. But appreciate that, about 6,000. And so that 6,000 that were originally, and it's, you said units, is that premises or blocks of units?
It's premises.
6,000 premises. So that's 6,000 premises that would have been in
service class 0 at some stage over the last 12 months.
I believe that to be the
So
case.
service class 0 doesn't mean they never get a service.
No, that's
No,
correct.
that's correct.
Just confirming that.
Yes.
Consider it
Chair,
confirmed.
I'm just conscious.
Yeah,
that
no, I'm
we're
almost
past
finished.
the
No,
past 1 o'clock.
thank you for that. I'm almost finished. Now, Mr. Kearney, I did note that some material that I'm very familiar with has been taken off the website. Is any of it untrue?
Sorry, what material was taken off?
A whole range of material appears to have been taken down from the website. So I'm just wondering, is any of it untrue?
I don't. If you, well, what was the information that was taken down?
A whole range of material about fibre and the benefits of fibre and that sort of stuff. Is any of it untrue? Did you take it down because it was inaccurate?
I don't believe anything was inaccurate, but I don't know the individual bits of information that you're referring to.
I believe a whole range of material. Now, maybe it's cached, maybe I've still got a copy of it.
It's easy to find.
Easily
I can look at
find.
what's changed.
Where it's really easy to find is when it's on the NBN website. So
Yes.
I'm just wondering why you took any information down at all.
Well, the website's regularly updated. That's
Updated by removing material that's
And
still
putting-
accurate. See,
Senator,
websites,
I think I'd need to find out.
Websites can have an enormous amount of information. You don't need to take it down.
No, but we do take information down for all sorts of reasons all the time too. But I can find out.
Yeah, could you give me a list of all the material that's been taken down since September the 7th?
Sure, I'll take that notice.
And a reason why. You know, inaccurate, outdated, fibre doesn't move at the speed of light anymore. You know, all these people enjoying a fibre-based service have got it deadly wrong. So any categories you'd like to include like that. Now, we did have a bit of a conversation about...
Senator Conroy,
Yes.
we agreed to a program at 1 o'clock. Well, some of us have got to leave at 1:30 as per the program that we agreed to. Is it possible
No,
that we could
I'm
get
happy
a
to
ACCC?
pause there and
we've
move
got-
to the ACCC.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you next week.
I'll leave it to it.
See you on Tuesday.
No worries. Cheers.
Welcome, Mr Cosgrove and Mr Reardon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming. Hope you enjoyed, as always, the earlier testimony. I know you always follow it closely to keep them honest. Now, could you please take the committee through all the regulatory processes the ACCC has conducted in relation to the NBN?
All of them.
The major ones.
I'm glad you gave that caveat, Senator, because there have been substantial ones. The one, and I've been sitting at the back for maybe the last 20 minutes that I've certainly heard you mention during that time, is the Commission's consideration of NBN Co's access undertaking. We've also been, we've also been involved in issues less directly that NBN have had obvious interests in, such as consideration of Telstra's special structural separation undertaking, which had a consideration of the definitive agreements between NBN Co and Telstra. we have an interest in migration matters, and whilst the migration plan deals with the current migration plan deals with Telstra's disconnection of its customers, that's had repercussions in relation to NBN Co processes as well. They are the ones that jump principally to mind, Senator.
Maybe the POI advice?
Yeah, points of interconnect.
That does ring a bell as well.
The SSU, including the IENT.
Well, I've mentioned the SSU.
Migration plan you mentioned,
Yes.
the SAU WBA.
Well,
Can we put that one on your tombstone, Mr. Cotter?
There's an interrelationship between an access undertaking and agreements that are ultimately commercial agreements that are ultimately entered into between the NBN and its wholesale customers. They are they're statutorily called standard form of access agreements, which NBN Co is required to publish. The principal of those is the wholesale broadband agreement, the WBA, as you've called it.
Okay. Optus HFC, did you mention?
I didn't, but again, you asked me specifically in relation to NBN Co. That is an agreement between Optus and NBN Co.
Cool.
Yes.
Okay. What's the current status of NBN Co's special access undertaking? I've been out of the loop for a while, Mr. Cotter. I'm sure you've missed me, but if you give me an update.
Well, the update is essentially that NBN, we issued a draft decision some months ago. We then went through a process of considering under the statute our ability to give NBN Co a notice to vary. NBN Co gave us a varied undertaking that essentially mirrored our notice to vary. We felt obliged to conduct a brief consultation process in relation to that, and a decision in relation to the undertaking is imminent.
So notwithstanding that you have an ongoing oversight role, which is as it should be,
yes.
The process, could I hesitate to say complete?
Albeit complete with the exception of a public announcement of a decision.
Right, okay. So what was the timing of these processes? How long did they take? Could you please set this out for a couple of days?
Well, there are a variety of processes because NBN Co submitted initially a vastly different undertaking to the one that was currently before the Commission for decision, and indeed withdrew an undertaking. Let me just refer to some notes if you want exact dates, Senator. I think the initial undertaking, if I recall, was 2011.
It's carved in my back of my forehead somewhere.
The back of your forehead.
Yeah, the back
Just
of my
can't
forehead.
quite put my hands on it, Senator, but that's roughly the case. There was a draft decision in relation to that, and a subsequent lodgement by NBN Co of a varied undertaking towards the middle of this year, and then a process in relation to that as I outlined.
Could I just ask a question, Senator? Have you seen any documents or any alternative strategies, plans or anything from the current government in relation to your oversight over NBN Co?
You're talking in terms of, we're talking here in terms of NBN strategic reviews?
Well, that was probably where I was ending up, is that the NBN, since the strategic views being undertaken, many of the subjects, the things that the Senator's been raising, access and, special structural separation and those sorts of things. I mean, if there is, in any sense, a substantive change in what is going to be proposed after the strategic review, then one would imagine that you can only make your determination on the basis of those changes and not what was happening prior to that. So I suppose I'm just seeking as to whether we're discussing hypotheticals here or whether we're discussing history.
In relation to the access undertaking, we're not, because the Commission has indicated an intention to proceed on the basis that could subsequently be varied. Pointed out to the flexibility of that undertaking and that it was capable of both being varied and withdrawn, and my understanding is that
So just to confirm that, and I think what you're saying is consistent with what the Senator's saying, you don't need to have another look at Telstra's SSU if NBN Co acquired the copper network?
Oh, we may. I'm not ruling that out, Senator. I'm simply saying.
I mean, they'd be taking over a monopoly platform and introducing new products.
I'm not ruling out that we'll need to have that either the government will give us a role or that we'll, as part of our normal administration of competition law, need to look at
what about the interim equivalent?
Arrangements.
What about the interim equivalence and transparency measures? Would they need to be reconsidered?
That will depend upon the nature of the announcements that are made, Senator.
I said if they acquire the copper network.
Well, that's hypothetical.
So would you need to have another look at the migration plan if a different form of migration was considered? I mean, by definition, it is a different form of migration.
I think that's easier to say that if
a copper cut over from a node,
if there was going to be substantial, if there was going to be a substantial fibre to the node rollout in accordance with the government's announced policy, that there would be a need for both changes to and a subsequent approval process of a revised migration plan. Yes.
Are you aware of any options for copper migration under an FTTN scenario? Have you looked around the world? Is there anything similar happening?
Well, I think, as you know, Senator, there's no most of the FTTN migrations being conducted around the world are being conducted by incumbent carriers. So there's no.
Imagine what mug would buy copper. But anyway, I accept the point you're making. You don't have to answer my last.
There's no
point.
Direct equivalent, Senator. Was the obvious point I was making.
Now I'm just reading from an NBN document to its board, and it says, assuming that NBN Co is responsible for the provision of voice services, cutover will involve the connection and service migration of two networks, voice and data. The connection migration involves cutting the copper at the node and patching the connection through the node-based VDSL2 DSLAMs and line cards, assuming NBN Co is required to provide voice services. Exchange-based services, including voice and ADSL services, will continue to be able to operate. The service migration involves the ability of an end user to migrate their services onto the new network. In order for a service migration to be performed, the following needs to occur at the time of the connection migration. Fortunately, it's a very long list. You may or may not have already seen it, but the public certainly don't know anything about these issues, so bear with me. A new modem in the home will need to be installed to support VDSL2 broadband services. A connection migration will need to occur at the node. RSPs will need to configure changes at the local exchange, including switching off old services provided by exchange-based DSLAMs and line cards. The network-to-network interface, the NNI, will need to be updated to ensure correct routing of voice and data packets across the network from each RSP to their respective customers, and RSPs will have to update their systems to reflect the changed structure of the network and ensure they can deliver services to end users. And I could go on and on and on, but I'm conscious of time and I do have some other questions. So it's a fairly substantial change.
Senator, could I just ask you once again what that document is to which you're referring?
Yes, you can ask me that.
And your answer would be?
My answer will be what I said at the beginning. It's a document from NBN Co to its board. Does the ACCC have a view on which of these options are preferable?
The ACCC hasn't formed views as to migration models as yet.
Has the government commenced any preliminary consultations with the ACCC on an alternative migration process to the one that's in place right now?
The ACCC has had some discussions with government.
With the department, with the minister?
The ACCC has had some discussions with both the department and minister, as you would expect.
Yeah, no. I'd be shocked if you said no. Would you need to have another look at the special access undertaking and the standard form of access agreement, the WBA, if NBN Co was to alter its product set?
That's highly possible. Again, The initiative for that would generally come from the access provider, in this case NBN Co or the government, in seeking a variation.
Would this include pricing?
I can't answer that, Senator.
What sort of timeframes, if you have to go down that path, do you anticipate? 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 2 years? Help me out here. Be an optimist.
Well, it depends upon the. It depends upon the. It depends upon how good the proposal is in terms of meeting the criteria.
I mean, the sort of issues I just read out to you are quite detailed and complex. I'm sure you'd concur with that.
There are certainly issues that can. I think we're already in the public arena as saying that there may be needs for variation in the event of different business models chosen.
Now, this next one revolves around their existing activities, not any future activities. NBN Co stated they're in the process of developing a fibre-on-demand product. I think Mr Switkowski's said it, it's publicly known, and it's outside the review process. Will the ACCC have a view or input into this product, including its pricing?
I would imagine that I'm being somewhat speculative because I haven't totally turned my mind to it, and there hasn't been any discussions with NBN Co around it to date. Nonetheless, if NBN Co were to offer such a service, it becomes a regulated service. So
you would have to be involved.
I would imagine the ACCC would have a role, Senator.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the UK fibre-on-demand product?
Not intimately, no, Senator.
Okay. This is the sort of pricing connection fee of £500 excluding VAT, annual rental excluding VAT £456. So that's the sort of pricing, price gouging that they engage in over there. And then we have distance from, and band G is, I've got all the bands here, you can look it up on a website, band G, 1,500 metres. It costs you £3,500 excluding VAT.